Chapter 2567. Kid, what other tricks do you have? Use them. I want to see how you'll kill in our hands. In the distance, the elders of the sacred ground sneered. Ah, a scream suddenly sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Damn it, who's screaming? These people looked around, thinking that something had happened in the ancient tomb. But soon, they were stunned, because they found out the scream came from the sky. Moreover, it came from behind the elders of the sacred grounds. Behind those elders was the war concubine. Why was she screaming? What happened? No one knew. They hurriedly looked over. Those elders were also stunned. The smiles on their faces froze. They suddenly turned around, their eyes like divine rainbows. Damn it! How did the other party do it? They hurriedly checked and then gasped in shock. The war concubine was surrounded by so many elders, but she was still rolling on the ground and screaming. Black insects were crawling all over her body. What are those things? Get lost! The elder of the Tai dynasty snorted coldly. With a wave of his palm, countless gusts of wind and light enveloped the insects, wanting to blast them away. However, these insects did not move at all. They did not dodge at all. Instead, they drilled into the war concubine's body like crazy. Nothing happened? How is that possible? When the elders saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were peerless powerhouses. That attack would have split an ordinary mighty figure into pieces, but these insects did not die. How is that possible? Oh no, it's those insects. They're insects made of dark night gold. In the distance, a young warrior exclaimed. They had seen Lin Xian use this method before. However, back then, Lin Xian had only used 5 bugs. Right now, there were probably over 100 of them. Where did the other party get so many black insects? Oh no, damn it, how did this kid do it? These elders acted as if they had gone crazy and quickly attacked. They entered the war concubine's body, trying to force the insects out. At the same time, they protected the war concubine's soul to prevent her from being completely destroyed. However, they still underestimated the black insects. These insects were very hard. Furthermore, they were refined by a saint. It was very strange. The moment it entered the Zhangji's body, it began to frantically destroy her life force. Soon, the Zhangji's body was completely shattered. As for the Zhangji, she simply did not have the ability to recover. Blood dyed the sky red, dripping down, directly shattering the void, countless cracks appearing. This was blood that contained the power of the bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. When the bugs crawled towards Zhangji's head, Zhangji could not help but scream. A blood-red rune appeared between her eyebrows, and a violent force rushed out. With a bang, all the insects were sent flying. Not only that, but the elders guarding Zhangji were also sent flying. A few of them who were close by had half of their bodies blasted into a bloody mist. The remaining ones also coughed out mouthfuls of blood as they looked ahead in terror. The Zhangji's body cracked open, leaving only her head intact. At this moment, a figure appeared above her head, an incomparably radiant figure. Was this the phantom of the ancestors? Everyone exclaimed. An elder shook his head. No, it was not the power of the bloodline. It was a soul imprint left in the Zhangji's body by an expert of the war tribe. It should be used to protect the Zhangji's life at the most critical moment. After all, a peerless genius like the Zhangji had the atavistic bloodline. The expert of the war tribe definitely had a way to prevent her from being killed. The Yi family's elder also had a solemn expression. Looking at the aura of the imprint, it should have been left behind by an invincible king. An invincible king. Everyone was shocked. In the era where saints did not appear, no one was a match for an invincible king. The elders of the Tai dynasty and 5 Elements Palace were quickly covered by the light and recovered. Although they were angry before, When they saw the invincible king imprint, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Great, even without their protection, the Zhangji should be fine. The Zhangji also heaved a sigh of relief. She had finally triggered the last defense in her body. However, the last defense was also the most powerful one. Once this phantom appeared, no one present would be able to threaten her. Thinking of this, she turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, you caused me to be so seriously injured. I will definitely tear you into pieces. Elder, kill him. You must kill him." The Zhangji screamed crazily. In the sky, the blurry figure silently turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Immediately, Lin Xian's body tensed up. He felt the surrounding air condense, as if a pair of invisible hands were crushing him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The sword hummed, and the dragon roar in his body sounded, completely destroying the pressure. He looked at the sky and frowned. He did not expect that there would be such a thing in the Zhangji's body. "You dare to harm a genius of the war tribe? Die." The blurry figure's voice was cold. With a point of his finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This finger was too shocking. It was enough to kill a peerless powerhouse. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. This time, the speed was too fast, and it had locked onto him. Even if he changed his position, he would not be able to dodge. "Humph!" Xing Tian roared angrily. He opened his mouth and spat out a hammer that swept forward. Boom! The light emitted from it hit the terrifying finger light and sent it flying. Bang! 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 The void rumbled continuously. The sky was completely destroyed. Everyone was shocked. Firstly, the mysterious figure's strength was too strong, making them unable to resist. Secondly, they were even more shocked by Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace actually had a way to resist. What did the other party use? "Young master, are you all right?" Xing Tian stood out. There was a glowing hammer on his head that kept bobbing up and down. He asked with concern. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Elder Li and the others also walked up. "Palace master, leave the rest to us." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and retreated. Indeed, the strength of an invincible king had already exceeded his current range. He would leave it to Xing Tian and the others to deal with. Damn it. How was this possible? The Zhangji looked at this scene with disappointment. She originally thought that she could kill the other party with this attack, but she did not expect that the other party would escape again. The other elders were also shocked. They stared at the hammer above Xing Tian's head. In the sky, the blurry figure was also surprised. He did not expect that someone could block his attack. Buzz. He also lowered his head and looked at Xing Tian. When he saw the hammer above Xing Tian's head, he cried out in surprise. "Sky Splitter Hammer. No, it should be a replica." Chapter 2568. However, you are too weak. If it was an invincible king holding it, it might be a threat to me. But you are not qualified. The blurry silhouette was extremely confident. He looked around disdainfully. Although it was only a wisp of remnant soul imprint, it was left behind by an invincible king after all. It could definitely crush any peerless almighty. "Now, you can all die." The blurry silhouette pointed its finger again. Soul-destroying finger. With a point of finger, both body and soul were destroyed. Seeing the other party attack again, Xing Tian roared angrily and used all his strength to activate the sky-splitting hammer above his head to collide with it. Although the sky-splitting hammer was not big, each strike was incomparably powerful. Bang, bang, bang. An intense collision sounded, and the last finger light-shattered. However, Xing Tian was also forced back. The blood in his body was in turmoil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But this was already very shocking. One had to know that that was the imprint of an invincible king. It could easily kill a peerless almighty. However, The other party was actually able to block it. It was indeed shocking. The hazy and blurry figure was also an accident. This time, his face completely darkened. With a palm strike, everything was destroyed. This time, Xing Tian really could not resist. Buzz, elderly, at the side, made his move. With a wave of his hand, he took out a golden decree and quickly opened it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. When the golden decree was opened by a third, countless runes quickly flickered, turning into a light sword in the sky and slashing out. Boom! The terrifying palm was sent flying. The heavens collapsed, and the earth split apart. Countless great cracks extended outwards. The surrounding people were also sent flying. Damn it, what was that thing? It was actually so terrifying. It actually sent the palm of the light figure flying. These people were all crazy. The elders were also shocked. Zhangji also did not dare to believe it. What was the origin of this immortal palace? How could it contend against the powerhouses of the war race? It was just an imprint of an invincible king. What was there to be arrogant about? Even if it was a true invincible king, we would dare to kill him. Elderly's voice was cold. He opened the golden decree again. When he opened it halfway, runes flashed in the sky, forming a sharp light. When this light appeared, everyone's hearts jumped, and they all felt the threat of death. Even the people from the Yi clan, the Gu clan, and the Wavering Light Sacred Land were the same. It was as if they were facing a great enemy, but fortunately, this light was not directed at them. An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by angry roars. This voice was formed by the silhouette of the invincible king. It was clear that he had also suffered a violent impact. Ah, damn it. You actually dared to kill my clone. Just you wait. I will never forgive you. If you dare to kill my Battle Clan's people, no one in this world will forgive you. A cold voice rang out as the hazy silhouette completely disappeared into the void. He disappeared. Could it be that he was killed? Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe it. Even the clone imprint of an unmatched king was killed. This immortal palace was just too terrifying, right? The Zhangji began to tremble. Her face was filled with despair, and her eyes had lost their luster. Her final trump card had also been destroyed by her opponent. Could it be that she was really going to die here today? Wang. Sure enough, Lin Xian raised his hand and flicked out a sharp sword wave, directly blasting apart the Zhangji's final head. Bloody mist filled the sky. The Zhangji's soul was also blasted apart. This time, she was completely killed. Everyone was completely stunned. They never expected that after 5 elements Saint Child, 10,000 thunders Saint Child, Jiuxiao Seiko, another exceptional genius would be killed. Moreover, this person's identity was even more terrifying. It was the Battle Clan's genius. This was definitely going to cause a huge commotion. The Battle Clan would definitely not let Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's people go. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't care at all. This wasn't the first time he killed a Battle Clan's genius. He had long developed an irreconcilable hatred with the Battle Clan, so killing another one now was fine. In the next moment, he stared at Tai Imperial Court and 5 Elements Palace's elders, coldly asking, "What? You want to attack again?" Those elders' eyelids twitched crazily as they quickly retreated. Everyone was stunned by this scene. A young man scared off so many elders with a single sentence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Those elders retreated to the back and stopped. Their faces were incomparably gloomy, although they were furious and wanted to chop this kid in front of them into 8 pieces. However, they couldn't do it at all. The other party actually had a killing weapon that could instantly kill an invincible king's clone. This made their hair stand on end. Seeing those elders retreat and not dare to fight again, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his head and stared at the sky again. In the distance, the Bloodwing Bat King was fighting with the Central Continent Twin Kings. The Central Continent twin kings were about to cry. He didn't expect the Zhangji to be killed. Even the invincible king's clone imprint was destroyed. Especially now, when he felt Lin Xian's gaze on him again, he was scared out of his wits. Ah! He roared angrily and directly burned his power. He quickly escaped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian waved his sword, and a huge sword light enveloped the Central Continent twin kings. Pooh! The other party screamed miserably, leaving behind a trail of blood. Ah! The Central Continent twin king's body was split in half. This time, the good and evil were really split in half. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed. The twin kings screamed crazily. He didn't stop or fight back. Instead, he used his secret technique without caring about the consequences. He disappeared into the sky. Humph! Lin Xian didn't chase after him. The sword just now contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. That sword chi wasn't easy to erase. It seemed that the other party wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Moreover, the twin kings of the Central Prefecture were no longer a threat to him. He didn't need to kill them with great fanfare. It was better to explore this strange ancient tomb first. He had a feeling that the ancient tomb below and the ancient tomb above were different. It seemed to be two tombs, but he wasn't sure. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also gathered together to discuss when they saw that the battle had ended. Although they had just arrived here, they also frowned according to the young warrior's description. Are you saying that there are many things of the monster clan in this ancient tomb? It's the ancient tomb of the monster clan? How is that possible? These elders who came later frowned when they heard this. Elderly and the others' eyes also flickered. The dark red, divine dragon said. It was said that in the past, no one would build a saint's ancient tomb. Some would even build many fake ancient tombs to confuse the later generations. The real tomb is hidden in a place that no one knows about. Do you think that the ancient tomb above is a fake one? The real ancient tomb is the one we're in now. If it weren't for a coincidence, we wouldn't have been able to reach the bottom. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, many people came to a realization. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others nodded slightly. There was indeed such a saying. Many people in ancient times did this. However, there was one thing that didn't make sense. Why were the two tombs above and below completely different in style? One was a human, and the other was a monster. Chapter 2569. These people didn't know, so they decided to go together to investigate again. After walking for about a day, they gradually slowed down. A cave appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by vines that were very thick, like dragons. The leaves on them were incomparably green and flickered with a cold light. Everyone be careful. Seeing that it wasn't a palace in front of them, the elders hurriedly reminded them. Everyone raised their defenses and walked inside. The group entered the cave and found that there was a passage inside. They continued to walk forward. Not long after, a scream sounded. What's going on? Everyone turned around and found that the person was entangled by the vines. Damn it, there's something wrong with the vines. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators roared and attacked the vines crazily. But in the next moment, the attacks were pierced through and everyone was entangled by the vines. Even Lin Xian and the others were entangled by the vines. Get lost! Yi Daodenier roared and punched the vines, causing countless cracks to appear. But the vines didn't break, and they were still firmly entangled around Yi Daodenier. No way. These vines are so strong. What are they? How can they withstand the attack of a saint physique? Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. With a wave of his finger, a biting cold sword light clashed with the vines around him. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the vines. But only faint white marks were left behind. They weren't cut at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? How terrifying is his sword chi? It can even kill a peerless almighty. But the vines were unharmed. What the hell is this? Whoosh. Just as everyone was about to fight back, the vines moved. They pulled Lin Xian, Yi Dao Denier, Morong Qingcheng, and the others forward quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone slammed into the walls and the ground, their blood roiling. Fortunately, they had raised their armor. Otherwise, some of them would definitely have been killed. The people from Fei Imperial Palace were also affected. This shocked the powerhouses of Fei Imperial Palace. Damn it. The purple cloud vine. Wasn't this supposed to be extinct? How could it appear here? The purple cloud demonic vine was an extremely terrifying vine. Aside from its powerful defense, what was even more terrifying was that it could absorb energy limitlessly, enough to turn thousands of miles of land into ashes. These demonic vines, as a mutated species of heaven and earth, were rare to begin with. Once in ancient times, there was a demonic soaring calamity that caused countless countries to be annihilated. Finally, the supreme experts were enraged. They joined forces and finally killed all of the demonic vines. From then on, there was no more purple cloud demonic vine in the true spirit world. Who would have thought that the purple cloud demonic vine would appear in this tomb? Furthermore, looking at how hard it was, who knew how many years it had been growing? But I'm afraid it's already grown. Damn it. Is this purple cloud devil totem trying to suck us dry and turn us into its raw materials? The martial artists of the Demon Imperial Palace roared. When these words were spoken, everyone was alarmed. They had also heard of the legend of the purple cloud demonic vine, but they hadn't expected to see it in person. No, I have to fight back. Angry roars came one after another. Lin Xian and the rest fought back with all their might, preparing to chop off these demonic vines and escape. However, they chopped for a day and night, but they couldn't cut it off. And during this day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine pulled them and continued to move forward at lightning speed. During this period, many people were knocked unconscious. The remaining people were also dizzy, their chi and blood roiling. Finally, after a day and night, the purple cloud demonic vine's speed slowed down. After about another half a day, everyone felt that they were completely pulled out of the passage. It was no longer dark before their eyes. Instead, there was light, blinding everyone to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Lin Xian and the rest felt their bodies become light, as if there was no ground below them anymore. They were hung in midair. Lin Xian opened his eyes, golden light revolving around his eyes. He saw the surrounding scenery clearly. This was an extremely huge cave. There were countless holes around it, all of which were passageways. All of the passageways led inside, and there was no way out. Could it be that this was the final burial place? Lin Xian was shocked. He raised his head and found that there was a huge vine in the sky, covering the entire valley in all directions. It was so tall that he couldn't see the top, as if there was no end. As for them, they were suspended in the air by these vines. The others also saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. Heavens, such a huge purple cloud demonic vine. How many thousands of years did it grow? They were going crazy. They had never seen such a huge demonic vine. Those from the Demon Imperial Palace were scared out of their wits. Hu Tiandu and Yan Ruyu both frowned. Purple cloud demonic vine. 3,000 years of seedling, 3,000 years of small maturity, and 3,000 years of major maturity. Even if it wasn't major maturity, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 years old. Damn it. How could there be such a terrifying thing here? They were indeed shocked. Even invincible kings could only live for a few thousand years. Saints could live for a few thousand years, and emperors could live for 10,000 to 20,000 years at most. A 7,000 to 8,000-year-old demonic vine was definitely enough to shock these people. However, The elders from the sacred grounds started to frown. No way. This ancient tomb had existed for 30 to 40,000 years. How could it be that the purple cloud demonic vine had only grown for 7 to 8,000 years? The time didn't match? They were extremely confused. Perhaps there was only one explanation, and that was when the ancient tomb was formed, there was no purple cloud demonic vine. It was only in the last 7 to 8,000 years that the purple cloud demonic vine began to grow again. Yenryu said in a low voice. After all, the purple cloud demonic vine no longer existed in the true spirit world. It wasn't easy for this vine to grow. Perhaps everyone could accept this explanation. But who planted it? Why was it planted here? Was it to protect the ancient tomb? They didn't know. Look, there's someone there, one of them exclaimed and pointed below. Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise. It turned out that they were too focused on the purple cloud demonic vine and didn't see the two figures standing below. Although everyone was suspended in midair and unable to fly over, their souls were still probing downwards from all directions. In an instant, they found out who the two people were. It seemed that they were a man and a woman. The woman was dressed in white, her black hair reaching her waist, and her face was extremely beautiful. She stood there with her eyes closed, as if she was asleep. Beside her was a man in bronze armor. He looked valiant and extraordinary. However, he was wearing a bronze mask on his face. In his hand was a small bronze box, which he held tightly. Everyone carefully looked at the bronze man. They jumped in fright, and many people screamed. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He discovered that the eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. Chapter 2570. The eyes of the man in bronze armor were actually open. A pair of green eyes flickered with a cold light, seemingly watching Lin Xian and the others. This gaze made people's hair stand on end, as if this bronze man was alive. Many people were so scared that they withdrew their souls. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He could feel that these two people were cold and had no soul fluctuations. Obviously, they had been dead for a long time. The other saints also discovered this scene. They heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were already dead. If they were alive, they would probably be some powerful guardian. If they attacked them, it would be difficult for them to resist in their current state. No, we have to find a way to escape. Otherwise, we will end up very miserably. Many people's faces were gloomy. They found that not only were they hanging on the vines, but there were also some bones hanging on them. They were not even complete skeletons. Some only had a little left. Obviously, countless years ago, many people had come here, but they were all tightly entangled by these vines. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. The great dragon sword soul roared, and a sharp sword light gushed out. This time, Lin Xian did not hold back. Clang! The sword slashed on it, making an earth-shattering sound. Boom! Finally, the vine wrapped around Lin Xian directly broke, and Lin Xian fell down. His figure flickered, and he appeared in the void. When the others saw this scene, they did not hold back and used their trump cards one after another. Those saints, saintesses, and elders all used their trump cards to leave. However, those ordinary disciples were not so lucky. They could not open it at all. Bang! A martial artist of the divine Wind dynasty roared, and directly slashed at his own leg. Bang! One of his legs exploded, and his body fell below. Soon he hurriedly escaped and came to a safe place. His body flickered with light again, and this time a new leg was formed. Although this method was self-mutilating and cruel to oneself, it was their only chance to survive. With this method, a broken leg could be recovered in an instant. Therefore, when the others saw the scene, they followed suit. In the sky, countless bloody mists surged. Everyone had left the purple cloud demonic soaring. Everyone looked at the purple cloud demonic soar with lingering fear. They were only escaping from the binding of the vines. The purple cloud demonic totem hadn't attacked them yet. Their endings would be even more tragic. With the purple cloud demonic totem growing here, it seemed like this was the final resting place. An elder said in a deep voice. The others gasped. Could it be that the sage's body was buried here? They were so shocked that they didn't even dare to move around. They couldn't even defeat the corpses of invincible kings, let alone the corpses of saints. They probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a wisp of saint might. We don't need to touch the saint's corpse. Let's see if there are any treasures in other places. These people searched in all directions, but soon they frowned. The reason for that was because there was nothing there. It was inferior to the amount of treasures in the palaces they had encountered earlier. Previously, in the palaces, Lin Xian and the others had obtained a lot of treasures. There were tens of thousands of Earth-grade artifacts, tens of thousands of bottles of pills, and mountains of materials. There were only so many things in the palaces. This made them think that the final resting place would be 10 times or even 100 times richer than before. However, that was not the case in reality. The surroundings were empty. There was nothing except for the huge vines and endless caves. If there was anything, it would be the two figures standing under the vines. However, these two people were obviously guardians. They didn't dare to touch them. No, look at the bronze man. He's holding a bronze box in his hand. Could it be that there was some treasure in the box? Many people finally stared at the bronze box. Their eyes flickered, wanting to see clearly. However, with their current strength, they couldn't see through it. It should be a treasure. There must be treasures in the final resting place, although there aren't many of them. Perhaps one of them is comparable to all of our previous gains. That was indeed the case. Treasures couldn't be judged by quantity. If there was a sage artifact inside, it would definitely be comparable to all the other treasures in the entire ancient tomb. After some discussion, everyone decided to take action. Although they knew that it might be dangerous, they were already here. If they were to leave without giving it a try, these people would definitely not be willing to leave. Buzz, an elder of the Taishan sacred ground, took action. His palm was extremely blue, like a starry sky, covering the area below. Whoosh! In an instant, he was above the bronze man's head. However, his hand didn't fall. Instead, countless stars surrounded it, forming rays of light that hung down. They swept towards the bronze box in the bronze man's hand. Their target was only the bronze box. They would try their best not to touch anything else. Buzz! All the rays of light disappeared when they got close to the bronze box. As if they were swallowed by a black hole, they disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the people of the Taishan sacred ground frowned. Let me do it. An elder of the Yin-Yang sect walked out. He waved his hand, and an Yin-Yang diagram flew out above his head. Not only the Yin-Yang sect, the 5 elements palace, the myriad thunder sacred ground, the 4 symbols sacred ground, and the Dayan sacred ground. At this moment, all the sacred ground families took action. After all, there was only one treasure box. It would belong to whoever managed to snatch it. Right? Buzz. All the attacks were blocked when they got close to the bronze box. There seemed to be an invisible force. Humph! You're already dead. How dare you compete with us? The elder of the Yin-Yang sect sneered and attacked again. The others did the same. On Lin Xian's side, Elder Li Xingtian and the others also took action. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky full of light, 2 figures stood there, unaffected. At this moment, the man in the bronze armor suddenly raised his head. He slowly raised his head, and a cracking sound could be heard. Buzz! A strange light burst out from his green eyes. Oh no! Seeing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. How could the man's head move? Could it be that the other party was still alive and not dead? As soon as they thought of this, A terrifying light rushed out of the bronze man's body and turned into hundreds of sharp sword lights that pierced in all directions. Every ray of light turned into a sword light and combined with each other, forming a peerless killing array. In an instant, the attacks in the sky were shattered. These people were all sent flying. Many of them were directly pierced through and nailed to the void. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, sounds of intense collisions rang out, followed by blood-curdling screams. Snow filled the air. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 2571. It was impossible. How could he not be dead after so many years? Even great emperors could not live for so long. He was definitely not alive. Perhaps he had been refined into a puppet, or perhaps there were other reasons. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family had deep looks in their eyes. They did not believe that someone could live for so long. Ka, ka, ka. After the light burst out from his body, the bronze-armored man's body shook and crackled. Finally, he recovered. The green light in his eyes turned into hundreds of long rainbows that swept across the sky. Ka, ka, ka. The bronze box in his hand was pressed against the armor in front of him, becoming one with the armor. It was stuck there. It seemed that if they did not defeat the bronze-armored man, it would be difficult to obtain the bronze box. Humph! It was just a puppet guardian. It was not like they had not killed it before. The elder of the Dayan sacred land shouted coldly. The elder of the Dao East sacred land also focused his gaze. At this moment, everyone's aura was majestic. Their opponent was just a bronze-armored man. They had so many elders and peerless geniuses. Why would they be afraid of him? Kill. With a roar, everyone attacked crazily. Runes appeared on the bronze-armored man's body one after another, instantly covering the entire space. The aura on his body also suddenly erupted, fighting against the energy that filled the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a bronze god of war. Whoosh! His figure swayed, and the bronze-armored man flew into the sky. At the same time, his doppelgangers and afterimages appeared in the sky. These doppelgangers did not disappear. Instead, they let out a long roar and fought with the elders and saints. Damn it, there were so many doppelgangers. The expressions of the elders changed. They did not expect the other party to be so powerful. Combination array formation. Do not be careless. Roars could be heard as the elders of the sacred land formed their own powerful array formation to resist. However, the top elders, saints, and saintesses were fighting on their own. They were powerful and did not fear the doppelgangers. Boom! Lin Xian swept his sword, and the three doppelgangers that approached him were instantly killed. Boom, boom, boom. Murong Qingcheng yelled as countless petals appeared before her, revolving around her. At the same time, she took out a fan that was as red as gold. With a light wave, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix projection streaked across the sky, sending all of the clones flying. Phoenix wing-gilded fan. Many people in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. This was the Jade Lake's most precious treasure, yet it was given to the Jade Lake Saint. Clang! A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering sound rang out, and Leaf Daudenier's body began to glow with golden light, making him look like a golden war god. A pair of fists opened and closed, sweeping in all directions with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. No flower formed a seal with his fingers, and the Buddhist light behind him was equally powerful. The Yao Guang Saint, the prince of the great Xia dynasty, the Dao Yi Saint, and the saintess of all beginnings. At this moment, all the saints and saintesses displayed extremely powerful combat abilities and fought against the countless doppelgangers in the sky. In the end, all of the clones were destroyed. Humph, just a mere guardian. You want to stop our footsteps? What a joke! Kill him and snatch the bronze box. A group of people charged forward. Among them, the elders of the Five Elements Palace, the Yin sect, and the Hall of Innumerable Tribulations were the fastest. In an instant, they arrived beside the bronze man. Their hands carried supreme divine power as they grabbed the treasure box on the bronze armor. Crack! Bang! Ah! Screams rang out as the three elders of the great sage flew back. Their arms had been mercilessly torn off. Among them, the elder of the Yin sect was pierced by a palm, and a terrifying bloody hole appeared. His internal organs were all shattered. Ah! These people screamed and retreated crazily. The others also stopped in midair and looked down in bewilderment. ***, this bronze guardian is too strong. Just as everyone was in shock, the bronze guardian in front of them emitted a strange light again. He stretched out his hand, and it instantly enlarged like a blue sky, covering the entire sky. Then it descended. This bronze hand was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. There was no way for them to escape. They could only resist crazily. Humph! You're courting death. How dare you fight against so many of us? Attack! The elder of the Yi family snorted coldly. The other party was powerful and stronger than them. No one was a match for him alone. However, with so many of them working together, the other party could not resist at all. The others also attacked crazily. However, vortexes appeared one after another on the bronze hand. There seemed to be strange runes flashing in the vortexes. Oh no! Damn it! What's going on? Screams of surprise rang out one after another. Lin Xian was also very surprised. Lin Xian's pupils constricted because he discovered a terrifying scene. His body was actually gradually becoming smaller. Not only him, but everyone's bodies were shrinking. It was as if they were turning into ants. Damn it! What kind of divine power is this? They had never seen it before. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Could it be an illusion? He suspected that it might be an illusion. He checked around and found that it was not an illusion. Their bodies had really shrunk. Ah! Everyone screamed. They attacked crazily, shattering the surrounding void. However, they could not stop their bodies from shrinking. The large green palm in the sky pressed down mercilessly. Oh no! Their faces turned green. If they were hit by this palm, they would definitely be finished. And now, they had become infinitely small, and their strength was suppressed. Lin Xian roared furiously as well, his body rumbling and roaring nonstop. However, there was still a force blocking him. Damn it! Could it be the power of the laws? Elder Li and the others were shocked, and their eyelids twitched. Xing Tian shook his head. Impossible! If the other party had the power of the laws, he could kill all of us in an instant. However, other than the power of the laws, I can't think of any other power that could be so powerful. I reckon that even an invincible king would not be able to cause such a change to us. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family also had ugly expressions. Yi Wudao, Gu Santom, and the others also had solemn expressions. It seemed that it should be the fragments of the laws. An elder of the Dao One Holy Ground said in a deep voice, after all, he was the guardian of the saint's tomb. Perhaps some of the laws were planted in his body. However, after experiencing the merciless passage of time, the laws had become fragments. That was why there was such a situation. Perhaps everyone had a rough idea, but they were not relaxed. Although they knew what was going on, they could not resist. Elderly Xing Tian, transfer all of your power to me, Lin Xian suddenly said. He formed a seal with his palm, and the great dragon sword soul appeared in front of him. He grabbed it. Elderly Xing Tian and the others from the immortal palace quickly poured in their power. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled and rumbled, turning into an azure dragon. It kept roaring and growing. Chapter 2572. Ka ka ka. The light around them cracked, and their bodies stopped shrinking. Seeing this scene, Elderly and the others were overjoyed. It was effective. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, the dragon sword's soul was incomparably terrifying. It could destroy the power of the law fragment. However, with his current strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the dragon sword's soul. He could only borrow the power of others. Seeing this scene, Mu Rong, Qingcheng, and Shenjingqiu also came over with people from the Jade Lake Sacred Ground and the Purple Dawn Sacred Ground. They also poured power into the dragon sword soul. On the other side, Yi Wudao took a deep breath and stood up. Everyone, please lend me a hand. At this point, he opened his golden domain. Light bloomed behind him, and a golden giant quickly rose. It kept growing bigger, as if it was indomitable. Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. It was an extremely terrifying divine ability of the Yi family. At this moment, Yi Wudao was displaying it. It was truly terrifying. However, although this divine ability was powerful, it still couldn't fight against the law fragment. He could only borrow the power of others. The Yi family, Gu family, Dao One Sacred Ground. For symbols Sacred Ground, Dian Sacred Ground, and many other sacred grounds all use their power to support the Immortal King. The Immortal King's phantom became more and more solid. A terrifying battle armor even appeared on his body. The runes on it flickered with supreme power. Yenryu also stood up. Her white clothes fluttered like a fairy. Buzz. Her body was also surrounded by a green light, but it was different from the bronze hand. A terrifying aura rushed out of her body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This aura was extremely powerful. It wasn't any weaker than Lin Xian's dragon sword soul, or Yi Wudao's Immortal King descends to the 9 heavens. When this scene appeared, everyone was extremely shocked. They didn't expect Yen Ryu to be so terrifying and have such a secret in her body. Fellow Taoists of the human race, let's work together. The green light on Yen Ryu's body became more and more intense. When the people of the other sacred grounds and great sects saw this scene, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Indeed, now wasn't the time for internal strife. Many people of the sacred grounds and great sects also flew to Yen Ryu and transferred their power to her. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian waved his sword and slashed forward. The power of this sword was simply too strong. After all, it had gathered the power of countless experts. With a swing of the sword, the world lost its color, the sun and the moon lost their luster, and the entire void was split into 2. The strange energy around them was also torn apart. In an instant, the bodies of Lin Xian and the others continued to grow bigger, and the bronze hand even let out vibrating sounds. Kill. Leaf Daudenia roared. Then unleashed, the immortal monarch descends to the 9 heavens. That golden giant launched an attack, brandishing a terrifying fist, blasting apart the heavenly dome. Kill. Yen Ryu tenderly shouted. Green light rushed out from her body, turning into a divine rainbow as she shot out. The 3 peerless geniuses had used their strongest trump cards and gathered the strength of all the great sects of the sacred lands. At that moment, their attacks were truly capable of destroying heaven and earth. Boom, boom. The sound of an intense collision rang out. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everyone's bodies returned to their original state. From the looks of it, the power brought about by the law fragment had been completely eliminated. Not only that, but the enormous bronze hand also shattered into pieces. Kill, kill, kill. Another 3 roars rang out. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and Yen Ryu once again attacked with all their might. This time, they charged towards the Bronze Guardian. Boom! A terrifying power erupted, drowning out everything. The entire world trembled. The purple cloud demonic vines constantly twisted and spun, protecting the space around them. When the smoke dissipated, Lin Xian's face was pale, while Leaf Daudenier and Yen Ruyu were constantly panting. This time, almost all the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. It wasn't just them. The elders, saints, and saintesses were the same. They didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took out their treasures. Lin Xian and the others also swallowed the Buddha Earth Spirit Elixir to recover their strength. Fortunately, they had obtained a bountiful harvest in the ancient tomb. Therefore, at this moment, they didn't feel any heartache. After swallowing the treasures, their strength quickly recovered. At the same time, they turned their gazes and looked ahead. In front of him, the bronze guardian was still split into pieces. The armor on its body was shattered, and the bronze treasure box fell to the ground. Whoosh! When the Yin-Yang sect saw this, they quickly moved. The four symbols' sacred grounds were not to be outdone. Scram! The two of them attacked in the air, tearing the void apart. Then the two of them kept retreating, cracking the ground. When the others saw this, they also frowned. Seeing this, Lin Xian stepped forward and said coldly, "Let's stop fighting. Why don't we all open the box together?" Leaf Daudenier also stepped forward. "I agree with Brother Lin. Yen Ruyu, no flower," and the others also nodded. Seeing that the various geniuses had expressed their opinions, the others also fell silent. Indeed, if they continued fighting, rivers of blood would flow. Moreover, this place was extremely dangerous. The white-clothed woman next to them was not injured at all. This shocked them greatly. Therefore, now was not the best time to fight. Everybody nodded. Among them, the elders of the Gu clan and the Yi clan, the two clans of the remote antiquity, walked out. They were prepared to go and retrieve the bronze treasure box. Whether it was strength, reputation, or foundation, the two ancient families were admired by the other sacred grounds. Therefore, they did not have any objections to letting the two ancient families fight. Lin Xian also did not have any objections. He knew that the Yi and Gu families would not take the box for themselves. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family walked forward. They carefully set up a seal and wrapped it around the bronze treasure box. They wanted to return. However, when they saw the bronze-armored guardian that had been torn to pieces, their pupils shrank. The two of them were stunned. What was going on? What happened? The others were puzzled. Many people walked forward. They also screamed. Whoosh! An elder of the Tao East sacred ground waved his sleeve and blew away the broken bronze armor. Everyone saw the situation under the armor. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the thing under the bronze armor was not a human. Instead, it was a furry monster with a tail. A monster! Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Fey Imperial Palace were even more shocked. It was a fox. Its body was green, and there were strange patterns on its fur. Its green eyes were wide open, gradually losing their luster and becoming cold. This guardian was actually a monster. This surprised everyone. Could it be that this was really a tomb of the Fey Imperial Palace? Hua Tiandu said with a serious expression. This seems to be a Green Hill fox. It was also a mutant of heaven and earth. Moreover, it was one of the most terrifying foxes. Indeed, the other experts of the Fey Imperial Palace nodded. There were two royal families of the Fox clan, the Green Hill Fox and the Nine-Tailed Fox. They did not expect this bronze guardian to be a Green Hill Fox. What was the treasure box it was guarding? Chapter 2573. Everyone was puzzled. They looked to the side at the white-clothed woman who was standing there like a statue. Who was that white-clothed woman? Was she a human or a monster? If she was a monster, it meant that it was very likely to be the tomb of a monster saint. But what if she was a human? That made them even more puzzled. What was going on with a human and a monster guarding this place? They could not figure it out. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Let's see what's inside the bronze box first. The elders of the Yi family and Gu family carefully brought the bronze box to an empty space at the side. Everyone gathered around and looked carefully. They opened it. Many people were tempted. The two elders used their power to try to open it. However, they could not find the root. Let's increase our numbers. Everyone attacked together. However, they could not open it either. The dark red dragon screamed, "Don't be rash. This thing might explode. If it does, we'll all be finished." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that. No way. Don't talk nonsense. How could this thing explode? That's right. There must be a natural treasure inside. Many doubtful voices sounded. However, the faces of the young disciples were gloomy. Elders, let's listen to it. The snake's attainments in formations were very high. They were the ones who discovered the tomb. It was also the one who broke it. The young disciples quickly sent voice transmissions to each other. When the elders of the sacred grounds heard that, their eyelids twitched. They stared at the dark red dragon. The formation masters of the Gu family and the Yi family also walked out. They said in deep voices, "That's right, we can't act rashly. The runes on it are very dangerous. If it receives a strong impact, it might explode. At that time, the energy it will release will be unimaginable. What should we do?" Everyone was disappointed. The top formation master of the Yi family said, "This is normal. No matter how you look at it, there's a treasure buried inside. The previous owner of the treasure would not have let anyone open it so easily, nor would he have let anyone open it with brute force. However, since it was a treasure box, it could be opened if it could be closed. However, it would be more troublesome. There were many runes on it, and they seemed to be formations. As long as the formations were opened, the treasure box would open. Ruffian dragon, it's up to you." Lin Xian looked at the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon walked up. Come. Bring a few experts. Let's break it together." It waved its claws as if it was the leader. Seeing this, the faces of many elders from the Holy Lands darkened. But there was nothing he could do about it. Since the other party was a formation expert, he had to listen to them. In the end, the Yi family, Gu family, and the Crimson Divine Dragon took the lead. Together with the array masters from the other Holy Lands, everyone joined forces. 2 days later, they finally broke through the restrictions on the formation. Above them was the treasure box. The dark red god. Fuck, I've been tricked. Indeed, everyone's faces were ugly because the light on the bronze box disappeared. The symbols quickly changed and finally formed a keyhole. After 2 days, they had only managed to break through the outermost layer of the seal, which had just revealed the keyhole. In order to open it, he needed a key. Ooh, the surrounding cultivators raised their heads and looked in all directions. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining. It must be in this space, and it shouldn't be too far away. Ooh, the 4 symbols saints frowned. Damn it. Did he not create a key at all? Why don't we bring it back and study it after we leave the tomb? Many people from the sacred grounds had the same idea. Indeed, they had sent many people this time, but not all of them were from the sacred grounds. For example, the living fossils and the grand elders did not come. That kind of person was the most terrifying. They should have a way to crack the bronze treasure box. Crack, crack. A low sound was heard. Everyone turned their heads. Who's there? Come out. Angry roars were heard. Lin Xian stared at the white figure in the distance. Damn it, it's another guardian. Whoosh. Hearing that, everyone turned their heads and stared at the white figure in the distance. As expected, the voice came from the white figure. The beautiful face of the other party slowly changed. Her small peachy lips slowly opened at this moment. With the previous experience of the Bronze Guardian, these people did not dare to be careless. They reckoned that the white figure might also have a nomological fragment. Therefore, in an instant, everyone activated their strongest defense and guarded carefully. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden runes. He attacked first, but it didn't seem to be an attack. Kid, what exactly is it? Can you see it clearly? Many people asked anxiously. Lin Xian looked carefully and then said, "It seems to be a key." "A key? Are you sure it's a key?" Everyone was shocked. They were extremely excited because a possibility arose in their hearts. There was a keyhole in the bronze treasure box in their hands, and they were just short of a key to open it. They searched everywhere but could not find it. However, the other guardian had a key. Could it be the key to open the bronze treasure box? That's possible. That's right. That must be it, the young cultivators exclaimed. Two guardians, one holding the treasure box and the other holding the key. That made sense. However, the elders were puzzled. Even if there's a key, why did she expose herself? She's clearly reminding us. Damn it, this is too strange. Is this white-clothed woman still alive? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That's right. No one wants their treasure to be taken away by others. Even the dead are no exception. But why would the white-clothed woman take the initiative to hand over the key? Is this a trap? They did not know. Young Master Lin, you're powerful and a top genius. Your soul power is even more terrifying, and you're proficient in formations. Why don't you go and take the key? A coquettish voice sounded. Lin Xian was pleased to hear that. Someone was flattering him in public, which made him feel very good. However, when he heard the last sentence, his face turned green. Damn it! Which bastard dares to trick me at this time? His eyes were cold as he looked around. Finally, he locked onto a beauty from the Alcade Holy Land. Damn it! It's this Alcade Holy Girl again. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a little white monkey that ate some of your treasures? Do you have to hit me when I'm down? Immortal Palace's people's faces were ugly. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu frowned. Among them, Shen Jingqiu stared at the Alcade Holy Girl and snorted. Damn it, this bad woman. This suggestion isn't bad. I feel that Palace Master Lin is a young genius and can take on this role. Chapter 2574. He had almost been killed by the other party previously. Now that he had a chance to kill the other party, how could he let it go? Anyway, with so many powerful elders from the Yin-Yang sect around, he was not afraid of the other party. Fuck, this Yin-Yang saint is really courting death. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. He wanted to go up and slap this guy to death. Hall Master Lin's battle strength is unparalleled. A cold voice came from the Tai dynasty. Hall Master Lin, don't back down. This matter belongs to you. That's right, Hall Master Lin. Aren't you curious about what's inside the bronze box? Voices came one after another from the Five Elements Palace, the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground, the Tuoba family, and the Nangong family. In short, all the families and sacred grounds that had a grudge against Lin Xian spoke up one after another. The other sacred grounds and sects did not speak, but they chose to remain silent. Among them, Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others who were close to Lin Xian frowned. They said that this matter was too dangerous and could be a trap. They needed to think about it at length. Yes, they needed to think about it at length. Murong Qingcheng also spoke up quickly. She would not let Lin Xian take the risk. Fairy Murong, you're wrong. Hall Master Lin is so powerful. How could he be in danger? That's right. The memory of Hall Master Lin killing so many saints is still fresh in our minds. Now that he's missing the key, it should be easy. Those people were not moved at all. The cold voice and the silent consent of the others made the situation very unfavorable for Lin Xian. Those from the immortal palace looked gloomy. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others had murderous looks in their eyes. These people were too despicable. The dark red divine dragon jumped out. Fuck, you shameless people. What's wrong? You can't beat us, so you want to use such a despicable method? You call yourselves the elites of the sacred grounds, the peerless elders. You've embarrassed yourselves. We're not as good as Hall Master Lin. That's why we let him do such an important thing. The Yin-Yang Saint sneered. The elders of the Five Elements Palace also looked fierce. No matter what the other party said, they had to push him out today. The reason for that was because they knew that this was most likely a trap. It would be best if the law fragment could directly kill this brat in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. The dark red divine dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet and cursed loudly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and swept his gaze across the surroundings. It's not impossible for me to make a move. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Their gazes shifted toward Lin Xian. Brat, are you crazy? Hearing this, the dark red dragon shrieked. Palace Master, you can't. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others also tried to persuade him. Lin Xian Gij, older brother Xian. Morong Qingcheng and Xinjingqiu turned pale. Don't worry, I'm confident. Lin Xian turned his head and smiled at them before looking around. The others, on the other hand, were ecstatic. Many of them revealed ferocious expressions. Ha ha, this idiot brat is really arrogant. Does he really think that he can contend against the law fragment just because he killed a saint? That's great. This time, we'll definitely be able to kill him. Lin Xian spoke again. I can go forward and take the bronze key. But, however what? An elder of the Nangong family asked. If the bronze treasure box is opened, no matter what's inside, half of it must be given to the first immortal temple. What? Half of it to you? How is that possible? The others were going crazy. Their faces instantly darkened as they shouted one by one. Brat, what a joke! You're too greedy. That's right. There are so many sacred grounds and sects here. How dare you ask for half of it? These people were very unhappy. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. What's wrong? You don't agree? Of course you don't agree. The Yin-Yang Saint snorted coldly. Those from the Tai dynasty and the Five Elements Palace also had cold expressions. How could they agree to such a condition? Since they didn't agree, the negotiation had failed. Lin Xian shrugged. So, you can go forward and take the key yourselves. Poof. Fuck. These people were so angry that they vomited blood. Their faces became incomparably ugly. The corners of the others' mouths twitched. No wonder this brat was so arrogant, daring to ask for half of the treasure. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Brother Lin, you really are. Yi Wudao and the others shook their heads. On the other side, Immortal Temple's people also breathed a sigh of relief. So, this was their temple master's idea. However, Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng were still a bit worried. What if these people agreed? This white-clothed woman was clearly a protector. She was definitely not simple. The others were also discussing spiritedly. Although they didn't want to give half of the treasure to Immortal Temple, they were even more unwilling to take the risk. That damn brat. He actually dared to ask for so much. He must have expected that we wouldn't dare to go forward. Those sacred grounds were all gnashing their teeth in anger. The Alcade Saintess also frowned. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such an idea. Humph! She snorted coldly. These sacred grounds were too narrow-minded. So what if they gave him half of the treasure? Perhaps he would be killed before the bronze box was opened. Among them, there were a few youths who thought that they were geniuses. They said, Elder, why don't you let me try? Nonsense. What kind of place is this? Even I don't dare to go up. Do you want to die? Did you forget that you shrunk? When these words came out, the young geniuses trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. The bronze hand from before was like a nightmare, reminding them of it. These people hurriedly shook their heads and retreated. They might as well agree to this brat's request. After all, whether or not he could come back alive was another matter. Let's trick him first. I don't believe that he can fight against the law fragment alone. The elders of the sacred grounds quickly discussed. In the end, they decided to agree to this condition. Among them, the elder of the Yin-Yang sect stood out. Brat, as you wish. Half of the treasure in the bronze box will be given to a mortal temple. We will divide the rest. Okay. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and walked forward. Brother Xian, Big Brother Lin Xian. Behind him, Murong Qingcheng and the others were extremely nervous. Don't worry, Qingcheng, Zhou, I'm fine. Lin Xian waved at them. Whoosh. Balls of flames appeared on his ancient Taoist robe, enveloping him. Lin Xian walked towards the white-clothed woman. Although he looked relaxed on the surface, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, filling every part of his body. It would emit an extremely sharp sword light at any time. Moreover, he had already summoned the sage's hand bone. As long as the situation wasn't right, he would immediately enter the black earth and activate the sage's hand bone. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Lin Xian arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. He slowly stretched out his fingers, which were covered with sword patterns and filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. Chapter 2575. Whoosh. Crack. Suddenly, there was a flash of light. Lin Xian felt his hands being grabbed by the other party. When the surrounding people saw this, they cried out in alarm and retreated at lightning speed. It moved. It really moved. Damn it, I told you, it's a guardian. Ha ha! That kid is dead for sure. He's caught at such a close distance. There's no way he can escape. The people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and Tai Dynasty laughed wildly. Palace Master, Brother Xian, Murong Qingcheng, elderly, and the others' expressions changed drastically. Terrifying rays of light surged from their bodies as they were about to rush over to help. Don't come over. All of you retreat. I'm fine. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Murong Qingcheng and the others stopped in midair. Brother Xian, are you really okay? I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Although he was caught, the woman in white didn't make any further moves. And he believed that with his trump card he could break free. All right, let's go back. The dark red dragon waved its claws. Although Murong Qingcheng and the others were unwilling, they still went back. They also retreated to a safe distance. On the other side, the people from Tai Dynasty laughed sinisterly. This kid is really arrogant. Does he really think he can fight against the Guardian? Arrogance is better. This way he'll be easier to kill. We can finally avenge our enemies. The others' eyes flickered. They didn't believe that Lin Xian could resist the Guardian. Yi Wudao, no flower, and the others also frowned. They were also worried for Lin Xian. But now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't in much danger, because the woman in white grabbed Lin Xian's hands tightly and didn't make any further moves. To be honest, the moment the woman in white made a move, Lin Xian was also very nervous. He almost summoned the sage's hand bone. However, he still held himself back, because he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. However, since he couldn't move his hands, he could only grab it with his sword chi. Sword chi gushed out from his body and turned into a huge palm. He grabbed forward, wanting to take the bronze key. However, in the next moment, the white-clothed woman opened her eyes. Wang. Lin Xian felt all the sword chi in his body being suppressed. The palm that shot out also disappeared in an instant. Damn it, what's going on? Cold sweat trickled down Lin Xian's forehead. His entire body strength had been sealed in an instant. The people behind him also cried out in surprise. It opened. The woman in white opened her eyes. Heavens, she was indeed alive. These people were terrified. The others thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. So terrifying. What kind of power was this? Was this the power of a saint? Lin Xian didn't know, but he felt that this power was too strong. When will I be able to possess such power? Lin Xian was envious. Soon he came back to his senses. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things. He had to think of a way to take out the bronze key and leave safely. That was the most important thing. Although the sword qi in his body was suppressed, Lin Xian realized that he could still move. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stretched his head forward slowly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to kiss the woman in white. However, he bit the bronze key with his teeth. The people behind him were also stunned when they saw this scene. No way. Was that kid possessed? How dare he take advantage of the woman in white at this time? Wasn't he afraid that he would be smashed into a bloody mist? Idiot kid. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also stunned, but they soon understood. Brother Xian was taking the bronze key. Using his mouth to take the bronze key? What a joke. No one believed it. The holy maiden also snorted softly. However, these people were soon stunned, because they realized that Lin Xian had returned again. No one could see clearly whether he had obtained the bronze key or not. However, the white-clothed woman slowly closed her eyes. She also retracted her hands. Whoosh. Lin Xian returned to the back. Did he get it? Damn it. That kid is safe and sound. How is that possible? Everyone was going crazy. However, the people from Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. Shen Jingqiu also clapped and cheered. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky was torn apart, and a hazy figure appeared in the void. He raised his hand and threw out a palm, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good. The people from Immortal Palace changed their expressions. The people from the other sacred grounds were also surprised. They did not expect that someone would attack Lin Xian at this time. Who was it? Yin Yang sect? Tai dynasty? Or the people from Five Elements Palace? No one knew it all, and they did not have time to investigate. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Someone dared to attack him at this time. He was courting death. Whoosh. He swam in the air like a divine dragon swinging its tail, narrowly dodging the palm. He snorted coldly and was about to counterattack. However, the person in the sky took out a purple gourd. Buzz. Countless rays of light bloomed, and the purple gourd scattered thousands of rays of light, enveloping Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was sucked into the gourd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hazy figure turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Damn it, he actually took the bronze key. Go after him. The people from Dian's sacred ground roared. Elderly Xing Tian and the others went crazy. They rose into the air. The others were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Was the other party's target the bronze key? Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the distance. They saw the person who escaped was sent flying. The purple gourd was torn into pieces. The sword light around Lin Xian's body shot out from the gourd. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 13 rays of piercing sword light formed a row and slashed toward the hazy figure. The figure used a divine ability to block the attack. However, he could not block it at all and was killed in the end. Whoosh. The light in the sky dimmed. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He wanted to see which sacred ground dared to attack him. Lin Xian was stunned. The others were also stunned. After the hazy figure was slashed open, there was no blood, and no corpse fell. Instead, it turned into endless spirit chi and disappeared into the void. It was not the real body. It was a clone. Lin Xian frowned. The others were also puzzled. The people from Immortal Palace walked up and protected Lin Xian. At the same time, they looked behind them. They stared at the people from Tai Dynasty and the Yin Yang sect. Damn it, who did it? The others also looked over. The faces of the people from Tai Dynasty and the Yin Yang sect darkened. Humph, why are you looking at us? We didn't do it. Chapter 2576. Kid, you have to have evidence before you speak. An elder from the 10,000th Thunder, sacred ground, gritted his teeth. They didn't dare to admit it, nor did they want to take the blame. That was because they weren't the ones who sent the clone. They didn't dare to provoke the other party now. They didn't dare to start a fight with the other party. Therefore, they quickly explained. Do you have any clues about the purple gourd and the divine ability that person said he used? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Every sacred ground's secret techniques and treasures were different, so it should be easy to identify them. However, Xing Tian, elderly, and the others shook their heads. They couldn't tell. The other party obviously didn't use any of their martial arts. They had never seen his palm technique and the gourd before. It seemed that the other party had planned this for a long time and would definitely not expose his true identity. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. You better not let me find out who did it. Otherwise, I'll let him know what regret is. After saying this, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. All right, let's put this matter aside for now. Let's open the bronze box first. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. The most crucial moment had arrived. What treasure was inside the bronze box? Was it a sage's treasure? They didn't know, but they were extremely excited. Lin Xian handed the key to the Yi family's elder. The elder nodded and didn't refuse. Then the group of people retreated. They put on their armor and activated their king's domains to defend themselves. After all, no one knew what was inside. The Yi family's elder took a deep breath, and golden patterns appeared on his body. He was a peerless almighty and had the bloodline of a Tharch. At this moment, his defense was incomparably terrifying. On the side, an elder from the Gu family also floated in the air, emitting a terrifying void energy. If there was any danger, he would instantly transfer the bronze box into the void. Ka ka ka! A low sound rang out as the key slowly turned. The bronze box also made cracking sounds. Then, the bronze box slowly cracked open. There wasn't any terrifying aura inside, nor was there any terrifying light. This caused everyone to be stunned. When they looked carefully, the bronze box was completely open. Two things fell out. One was a fist-sized treasure seal. It was square and had mysterious runes engraved on it. Above the seal, there was a malevolent head that made one's heart tremble. The other one was a rolled-up beast skin. These two items were simple and unadorned, lying there quietly. What are these two things? No one knew. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and instantly grabbed the beast's skin. Haha, like we said before, our immortal palace wants half. It just happens to be two things. The beast's skin is ours. Here's an imperial jade seal. You can divide it among yourselves. F***K, damn snake, hand it over. Those people went crazy and screamed like crazy. To be honest, even Elder Zhang, Xing Tian, and the others from Immortal Palace were stunned. They did not expect the dark red divine dragon to act so quickly. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face, as expected of his old partner. Sure enough, he understood his intentions. The members of the Yin Yang sect roared. Lin Xian sneered. Why, they had agreed on the conditions before, but now they wanted to go back on their word? It wouldn't be good if word got out that the sacred lands went back on their word. Who would cooperate with you in the future? You? Hearing this, The elders of the Tai dynasty and the Yinyang sect vomited blood in anger. They trembled and almost fainted from anger. How hateful! But there was nothing they could do. They had indeed agreed before. If they went back on their word at this time, their reputation would be tarnished, and very few people would dare to cooperate with them. Therefore, they could only suffer this loss themselves. The other sacred lands were also envious. Damn it, if they knew there was no danger, they would have taken the key themselves. That was because they did not discover any danger during the entire process. It was just a false alarm that made them regret it very much. However, it was useless to regret. Lin Xian took the beast's skin and threw it directly into the black earth. Don't think about getting back what you put in, unless someone could blast open the black earth. However, even an invincible king would not be able to do so. All right, you can study this Yushi yourselves. Our immortal palace will not interfere. Lin Xian shrugged. Xingtian elderly and the others also smiled. They had obtained a complete one of the two items. This was definitely a great harvest. Everyone, let's study what this jade seal is first. Yi family's elder Zhang said in a deep voice. He was also very envious and curious about Lin Xian's beast skin. However, it was not a good time to ask now. It was better to wait until they left the tomb and let Yi Wudao ask. Yi Wudao and Lin Xian had a good relationship, so he should be able to ask what the beast skin was. At least let them know that it was a cultivation technique. A map? Or was it some ancient secret? The rest of the people studied the jade seal. Even Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu brought people up. However, at this time, the Yushi suddenly bloomed with countless rays of light that pierced in all directions. Cries of alarm rang out, and blood flowed out. Damn it! They roared and attacked like crazy, destroying the world in front of them. Lin Xian also stood up and furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he stared ahead. Morong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were also there. Qingcheng, Qiu'er, are you okay? Lin Xian asked. Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingcheng were escorted by two great sage elders as they retreated. Both of them had grave expressions. They were fine. They were just scratched. Morong Qingcheng shook her head. There was a small cut on her arm. Shen Jingqiu also had a cut on her hand, and a few drops of blood flowed out. On the other side, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Grand Xia Prince, and everyone else retreated. Among them, many of them had suffered cuts and bruises. Lin Xian was shocked. Xingtian Crimson Dragon and the others also cried out in alarm, because even Yi Wudao was injured. That was not possible. They knew how powerful the Saint Physique was. That was an existence that could catch a heaven-tier treasure with his bare hands. There was no need for them to explain how terrifying his body was. Moreover, the people from the Demon Imperial Palace were all injured. Even Yan Ryu had a scratch on her body. It had to be said that the previous attack was too strange. What was that imperial jade seal? The cultivators from the Immortal Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Long did not take the imperial jade seal. Otherwise, they would be the ones injured. That was too terrifying. They had a lingering fear. The Crimson Dragon frowned. Kid, you have to be careful with that beast skin. I feel that it is very strange. Lin Xian nodded and transmitted his voice to Hey Tuesday. Hey Tu directly sealed the beast skin in the Black Earth ship. Chapter 25:77. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and turned around. He had discovered something strange. Ruffian Long, something's not right. Look at the injured people. Aren't they the ones who were chased by the Bloodwing Bat King? Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, the two girls, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty. They all have bloodline power, and their bloodlines are extremely powerful. That's right. The ordinary disciples aren't injured. Damn it. the Imperial Seal is attacking people with bloodline power again. Lin Xian hurriedly told them his guess. The saints and elders of the other sacred grounds frowned when they heard that. Bloodline power. It's bloodline power again. Previously, the Bloodwing Bat King was chasing people with bloodline power. Now, the Imperial Seal was attacking people with bloodline power again. What's going on? Generally speaking, people with bloodline power were peerless geniuses. It's normal for them to be targeted. Some elders guessed. Someone exclaimed, "Look at the blood in the sky." Everyone looked up. They saw that the blood in the sky didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it quickly sank into the Imperial Seal as if it was attracted by something. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Imperial Seal absorbed all kinds of bloodline power and shone brightly. The entire Imperial Seal turned from white jade to red jade. Whoosh. Finally, it floated in the sky and spun nonstop. Streaks of blood-red light floated out of the seal along with the patterns on it. It emitted a strange aura. No way. What is the Imperial Seal made of? So many violent attacks from before, but it wasn't damaged at all. Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses. Indeed, when they were attacked earlier, the elders had fought back with all their might. Logically speaking, a heaven-grade treasure should have been shattered, but there wasn't a single crack on the Imperial Seal. Needless to say, this was a heaven-defying treasure. However, this treasure was beyond their expectations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The blood-red light in the sky became stronger and stronger, and the power it emitted became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, the Imperial Seal trembled and flew to the side. The void instantly collapsed, giving everyone a fright. The warriors in that direction hurriedly fled. However, what made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the Imperial Jade Seal did not continue to attack these martial artists. Instead, it directly flew towards the huge purple cloud demonic vine in front of them. Buzz, boom. In the next moment, the blood-red Imperial Jade Seal slammed into the purple cloud demonic soaring. Hum, the purple cloud demonic vine trembled. Countless vines swayed, and the entire space shook as if it would collapse at any moment. Ka, ka, ka. What happened this time? Everyone was startled. They saw that below the purple cloud demonic vine, the huge branch suddenly split open from the middle. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. A huge monster was pushed out from the crack. Rumble. The void was shattered. What is this? Purple cloud soaring. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed. He discovered that what came out of the crack was actually the purple cloud devil tongue. Merely, this purple cloud demonic vine was clearly even more ancient. Furthermore, it was shaped into a coffin made of purple cloud devil vine. Looking at the appearance of this purple cloud demonic vine, it should be from tens of thousands of years ago. Who could be so generous? The purple cloud demonic vine was not an ordinary plant. It was a mutated plant. The one in front of them was alive and had a cultivation of 7,000 to 8,000 years. It was at least an invincible king. And the one that was made into an official coffin was very likely at the level of a saint. But now, the corpse of a demonic beast saint had been made into a coffin. How could they not be shocked? Perhaps only an even more powerful saint would be able to do such a thing. Thinking of this, they gasped, and their eyes burned with passion. As expected, this was the final burial place. The new purple cloud demonic vine coffin was very likely the owner of this ancient tomb. For a moment, everyone was on guard. They watched carefully. About half of the purple cloud demonic vine coffin came out before it stopped. In fact, the crowd could see that there were actually 8 chains surrounding the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Each of them was as thick as an arm. The chains were dark green in color and were engraved with runes. They gave off a feeling as heavy as a mountain. They firmly locked the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. What was going on? What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. It was one thing for the coffin to be special, but why were there 8 chains locking it? Was it trapped here? Or was there some other explanation? Everyone knew that ancient tombs contained feng shui and spirit veins. It was very mysterious, and they could not completely understand it. Therefore, in their opinion, the 8 chains were very likely some kind of saying used to remove some kind of flaw. After waiting for a long time, the purple cloud demonic vine coffin completely quieted down. Everyone looked at each other. Should they go up and take a look? There shouldn't be any danger. Everyone was very curious. After all, this was the first time they had seen the tomb of a saint. A few bold people went up to take a closer look. There was no danger. That made everyone feel even more relieved. Therefore, everyone also went up and led the people from the immortal palace up. However, they did not get too close. The Gu family, Yi family, Morong Qingchen, and the others were even more so. After all, they were attacked and even injured before. Therefore, they were very careful now. When they got closer, they realized that there were runes engraved on the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. They were very mysterious and densely packed, covering the entire coffin. Even the elders of the clan of the ancients and the sacred land could not recognize those runes. The dark red dragon looked at it for a long time and then said, "I only recognize one word. The word at the front is blood. I don't know anything else." Blood. Lin Xian frowned. He had a feeling that this ancient tomb seemed to be targeted at people with bloodline power. Should we open it and take a look? Someone suggested. As soon as those words came out, many people were shocked. Do you have a death wish? Do you dare to open the tomb of a saint? That's right, we probably don't have the strength to open it even if we want to. If we open it and find that it's the corpse of a saint, we'll all be finished. Those elders quickly shook their heads. What a joke. Although they were also tempted, they knew that there must be a shocking treasure in the coffin. However, they did not dare to open it at all. Of course, they did not dare to open it, but it did not mean that they would give up on the ancient tomb. They had already investigated it. They decided to quickly go back and inform the living fossils and the grand elders of the sacred land to bring the supreme divine weapons and attack it. Bang, bang, bang. Just as they were about to leave this place, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned around. What was going on? What happened? Who was behind it? No, it wasn't us. Where did that voice come from? Damn it. Why do I feel that the coffin moved a little? What? Don't talk nonsense. Everyone had been frightened by the Big Dipper coffin before. Any one of those who walked out of the coffin could defeat everyone. Chapter 2578. That was the coffin of a sage. If it walked out, it would kill them all in one move. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the sound was even more intense. Everyone could clearly feel that the vibration came from the purple cloud demonic vine coffin. Furthermore, they could even see that the entire coffin was trembling slightly. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. Damn, that coffin had actually mutated. Could it be that it had turned into a corpse? They frantically retreated, wanting to escape. However, they were all surrounded by the vines of the purple cloud demonic vine. They couldn't escape at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin behind them opened with a bang. Countless rays of light shone, and terrifying energy surged out. The people below felt their scalps go numb, and many of them directly fell to the ground. Ancient sage, we didn't mean to offend you. Please let us go. We won't dare to come again. Many people begged for mercy. However, there were also some people who turned their heads abruptly, and Lin Xianlin was one of them. Lin Xian, looked back, and was stunned. In the next moment, the azure dragon claw grabbed forward. Ha ha ha! We're rich! The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw. The others, including Yi Wudao and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, also made a move. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally afraid turned around. They discovered that the purple cloud demonic vine coffin had indeed opened. However, no corpse came out. There was actually a coffin inside. Moreover, the gap between the large coffin and the small coffin was filled with divine crystals. Each of them was the size of a fist, colorful, and contained terrifying energy. Those were divine crystals which were incomparably precious outside. At this moment, they filled the entire space. Attack! The others also roared. All the sacred lands madly attacked. Of course, they also knew their limits. They didn't dare to touch the small coffin inside. Although it was called a small coffin, it was only slightly smaller than the purple cloud demonic vine. The large one was dozens of meters in size. The small one was more than 20 meters in size. In an instant, all the divine crystals between the two coffins were snatched away. There were more than 1,000 divine crystals here. Lin Xian and the others were the first to make a move, so they snatched the most. The others more or less got a share. On Lin Xian's side, he had snatched nearly 200 pills. The lowest number of people only managed to snatch a dozen, while the majority only managed to snatch dozens. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. Therefore, many people looked at Lin Xian with red eyes. They couldn't help but want to kill him for his treasures. However, when they thought of Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's strength, they all clenched their teeth and gave up. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't win. As for the other aristocratic families, like the Yi clan and the Grand Xia Empire, they didn't dare to provoke them either. Damn it, I actually missed such a good opportunity. No, the next opportunity must not be missed. They gritted their teeth and fixed their gazes on the second coffin inside the coffin. Don't move. This coffin might really contain the corpse of a saint. The dark red divine dragon reminded. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched. The elders of the clan of the ancients stepped forward. The people of the four great empires also frowned. Yan Ruyu and the others from the monster imperial palace put away the divine crystals they had snatched. Their eyes also flickered. Triple immortal suppressing coffin. Yan Ruyu's red lips parted slightly. Triple immortal suppressing coffin? What is this? The young martial artists were very confused, but the elders of the clan of the ancients and the four great empires narrowed their eyes. Ancient sects like the Yinyang sect and the Tao East Sacred Ground also frowned. Could it be that legend? Heavens! Is there really someone who wants to do this? How is that possible? Exclamations of surprise were heard. Lin Xian was very confused. Legend? What legend? Triple immortal suppressing coffin. What exactly is it? He also didn't know about this ancient legend. Triple immortal suppressing coffin was a very ancient burial method according to legend. There were a total of 3 coffins, big and small, and the outermost one buried the corpse. Each coffin was made of extremely precious metal or wood. A large amount of energy and vitality would be placed between each coffin to preserve the corpse. Moreover, the coffins were buried in places with extremely rich spirit veins. It was even said that very mysterious Tao patterns had to be carved, but we don't know the specifics. We only know that the triple immortal suppressing coffin had a special effect after being buried. It was said that it was possible to bring the dead back to life. It could be said that it was a very mysterious and strange burial method. What? Bring the dead back to life? Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. How is that possible? Even the great emperors can't bring the dead back to life. Not to mention the others. The palace master was just a legend. As for whether someone had really come back to life, there had never been any records of it in history. Moreover, very few great emperors used triple immortal suppressing coffins. There seemed to be some taboo. He didn't expect to find triple immortal suppressing coffins in the saint's ancient tomb. Kid, don't worry about it. It's just an ancient legend. It's impossible to bring the dead back to life. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. He didn't believe in such a legend, and so did the others. Although they felt that the triple immortal suppressing coffins were extremely strange, they wouldn't believe in such a magical thing like coming back to life. However, the dark red divine dragon swallowed his saliva. If the first coffin was covered with divine crystals, what would the second coffin be made of? It was probably worth far more than divine crystals. If they could open it, they would definitely be rich. The others had the same thought. Anyway, if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be the real corpse. Therefore, they wanted to do it. As long as they didn't open the third coffin, there shouldn't be any danger. The many sacred land elders discussed and decided to open the second coffin. That was because the things inside were too tempting. Lin Xian and the others discussed and decided to do it. The Yi family, Gu family, and the others also wanted to do it. Bang, bang. However, before they could do it, the second coffin began to tremble, as if it was about to open again. Damn it, what happened? Why did it open automatically? Was it really going to come back to life? God, that's impossible. That was just a legend. How could a dead person come back to life? Moreover, it seemed that he had definitely been dead for tens of thousands of years. Look at the runes on it. We don't recognize them at all. This corpse is at least 80,000 years old. Everyone swallowed their saliva, but this time they didn't retreat too much. That was because they knew that even if the second coffin was opened, it wouldn't be a corpse. Boom, boom. Chapter 2579. The second coffin trembled more and more as it slowly opened. Rumble, 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 rumble. A deep sound rang out, accompanied by a heavy aura. Immediately after, the sky was filled with green light. Everyone felt refreshed. The injuries and energy that they had consumed had recovered in an instant. Heaven's treasure! My injuries are completely healed. What a pleasant expression. Ha ha, great. They had thought that they would need to rest for a few years to recover, but they had recovered in an instant. Damn it, it's a green light. Just a ray of light is enough to heal us. This is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red. They had all gone crazy and quickly rushed forward. Everyone finally arrived at the front and saw the situation inside clearly. After the second coffin opened, a third coffin appeared. The third coffin was dark purple. It was about 7 meters long, and the runes on it were even more profound. One would be lost in it with just a glance. Everyone hurriedly cut off their souls, not daring to pay too much attention to it. They were afraid that their souls would be destroyed if they looked at it any longer. How terrifying! Lin Xian's heart trembled. Even with the heavenly secret god eyes and the great dragon sword spirit, he still did not dare to look too much, because the runes on it were too terrifying. If they were carved by someone, a single rune would be enough to kill everyone here. The power of a sage. This is definitely the power of a sage. For the first time, Lin Xian felt how terrifying a sage was. This was a completely different realm from a king. He estimated that the source of power used by both sides was different. Everyone was careful, not daring to look at the purple coffin. They looked at the space beside them and saw that there were many leaves in there. Each leaf was incomparably green and crystal clear. Although tens of thousands of years had passed, they still emitted a powerful vitality. The tree of immortality. These are the leaves of the tree of immortality. Heavens! Does such a tree really exist? Someone exclaimed, and the others screamed after hearing that. The Tree of Immortality was a very magical tree in the true spirit world, known as the Divine Tree. No one knew when it had grown, nor did they know how many tens of thousands of years it had lived. They only knew that it seemed to be immortal and indestructible. The Tree of Immortality had become a spirit and would not appear in the world. Even if they did appear, they would only exist in various peerless forbidden grounds. Therefore, it was very difficult to obtain its leaves. However, its leaves were extremely mysterious. It contained a powerful vitality. It was said that as long as a single leaf was not destroyed, it could allow a dying person to instantly recover. This effect was like having a second life. Moreover, it was said that it was also effective against invincible kings. Back then, the saints had even fought for it. One could imagine how precious the Tree of Immortality was. Such a treasure was enough to make everyone's eyes red with envy. Attack! It was unknown who roared. Suddenly, powerful auras burst out and swept through the world. A terrifying light shone in all directions. At that instant, their alliance was shattered. The Tree of Immortality is ours. Bright laughter rang out. Then, countless sword lights crisscrossed the world. Swords of light were inserted into the void. These light swords joined together to form an extremely terrifying sword formation. Dian sword formation. Get lost! With a roar like thunder, a palm shot out, blotting out the sky. It was as if an ancient demonic statue had descended from the sky. It crashed into the sword formation. The two sides erupted with incomparable power. Terrifying cracks extended in all directions. The four symbols' holy sons made their move. Buzz. Between heaven and earth, countless chaotic chi flickered, hanging upside down like a waterfall. The saintess of all beginnings made her move. The saint of all beginnings was not to be outdone. His body flickered with chaotic light like a sun as he charged over. Kill, Dao, ye holy sun. Yi Wu Dao, no flower, and the others also made their moves. Lin Xian also made his move. In the face of such a treasure, it was impossible for him not to be tempted. Next to him, Shen Jingqiu, Morong Qingcheng, and two other elders of the great sage quickly attacked. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out. Fortunately, this was the ancient tomb of a saint, and the coffin was also a saint's, so it was not damaged. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The snow-white little monkey jumped out and manipulated the shabby small bowl to retrieve the items in the air. However, those Tree of Immortality leaves were in the saint's coffin and could not be taken out remotely. The power of the saint isolated everything. This made the snow-white little fox scratch its ears and cheeks angrily. However, it still found an opportunity. That was because the battle between Seiko Dian and the Four Symbols' Holy Sun was very fierce. In the end, they sent two leaves flying. Buzz. The two leaves floated in the sky, shuttling back and forth among countless rays of light. Ha ha ha! They're mine! The saint child of the four divine symbols stretched out his palm. Every finger of his was as sharp as an azure dragon, carrying with it an unparalleled divine might. He grabbed the two leaves. Don't even think about it. Seiko Dian sneered. Sword light erupted from his body, and the Dian sword formation was even more arrogant. The two of them fought very fiercely, but at this moment, a light flashed in the sky, and the two leaves disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Who dares to snatch our treasures? The Four Symbols' Holy Sun was angry. A roar shook the 9 heavens. Seiko Dian's eyes were like swords, slashing in all directions. At this moment, the two great sage holy sons were really angry. The people around who were fighting for the treasures were so scared that they retreated. Even some of the elders felt their scalps go numb. Oh, no. The little white monkey kept jumping. He came in front of Lin Xian, raised the small worn-out bowl, and grinned. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was a little disappointed that the little white monkey couldn't retrieve the treasures from the Holy Sun's coffin. However, he didn't expect it to work this way. As long as the undying tree leaves left the Holy Sun's coffin, the little white monkey would be able to snatch them. As expected, he got the first 2 undying tree leaves. Damn it, it's him. It's that damned monkey. Seiko Dian and the 4 Symbols Holy Sun were so powerful that they instantly captured the little white monkey. When they saw the little white monkey give the 2 leaves to Lin Xian, the 2 Holy Sun's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it, this is too much. Kill that kid. The 2 great sage Holy Suns roared and charged over. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The void beside the 2 great sage Holy Suns cracked open, and a black hole directly swallowed the 2 of them. Space-shattering fist. Xing Tian retracted his fist, and a terrifying aura was emitted from his body. If you dare to attack the young master, you'll have to get through me first. Holy Sun. No. The people of the 4 Symbols Holy Lands and the Dian Holy Lands screamed crazily. They saw their holy sons being swallowed by the black hole and disappearing. How could they tolerate this? Damn it, kill him. Kill the people of the immortal palace. The 2 great sage Holy Suns attacked crazily. Chapter 2580. The elder's hair was white, and his figure was stooped, making him look extremely old. In just an instant, an unparalleled power erupted from his turbid eyes. His short and small body also abruptly expanded. Boom. In the end, the elder transformed into a white-haired god of war. His eyes looked disdainfully as the aura on his body crushed the void. Boom. For Symbol's sacred fist, the old man waved his fist, not holding back at all. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and fought back. Terrifying 5 elements power flickered on his fist. Using his fist as a sword, he broke through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 collided, causing heaven and earth to collapse. With the 2 of them as the center, a terrifying wave was formed and spread towards the surroundings. Poof! Beside them, many people were sent flying and coughing up blood. The 4 Symbols Sacred Ground elder's expression also changed. His ruddy face instantly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire arm was also deformed instantly. Crack, crack, crack. A crisp sound was heard as the 4 Symbols Sacred Ground elder's arm was directly broken. Ah! He screamed miserably as he retreated continuously, trampling on the void. Damn it! How is this possible? How could his strength be stronger than mine? The elder was extremely shocked and did not dare to believe it. He was a peerless almighty and an elite of the 4 Symbols Sacred Ground. The 4 Symbols Sacred Ground was famous for its boundless strength and powerful defense. But now, he was actually suppressed in terms of strength. His arm was even broken by a punch. He did not dare to believe it at all. Kill! With a furious roar, his broken arm instantly recovered. The elder's white hair fluttered as he charged forward again like a god of death. After an intense battle, the 4 Symbols Holy Lands elder's body was completely destroyed, apart from his head that was still intact. In fact, he was smashed 3 times. Ah! The 4 Symbols Sacred Ground elder roared at the sky as his broken body was reassembled. However, the aura on his body was much weaker than before. Buzz. The elder turned and fled, no longer lingering in the battle. Humph! Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered as he executed the demigods and quickly chased after him. The other party came to kill him, and he fled because he could not kill him? How could it be so simple? He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be killed by just anyone. Whoa! In the sky, countless sharp sword lights flew out. The terrifying light flashed and shattered the world. This scene caused many people to turn their heads. They were scared out of their wits when they saw the scene in the distance. Heavens, what am I seeing? That brat was actually chasing after an elder? That was too scary. The four symbols' holy lands really did not learn their lesson. He actually dared to fight with Lin Xian? Discussions rang out as the people from the four symbols' sacred grounds roared like they had gone mad. Damned brat! Stop! You dare to hurt my elder? I'm not done with you! Roars rang out one after another, but Lin Xian remained unmoved. Boom, boom. In the end, the elder from the four symbols' sacred ground was mercilessly killed, never to be revived. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Many experts from the four symbols' holy grounds charged forward. Roar! Lin Xian directly brandished his dragon-shaped sword Qi, sweeping out in all directions. Those experts were sent flying, their faces full of horror. Whoa! Killing intent surged wildly from their bodies. Damned brat! My four symbols' sacred grounds will not play with you. Humph! I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian's voice was cold. But if you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. No matter who you are, whether you are a saint or an elder, I won't let you off. At the end, sword Qi surged from Lin Xian's body. A terrifying sword light was like a divine sword that reached the heavens, shining until people could not open their eyes. Hearing this voice and feeling this sword Qi, many people trembled. Lin Xian's gaze turned, staring at the people from the Dayan's sacred ground. You guys want to attack me too? Humph, brat, you're too arrogant. An elder from the Dayan's sacred ground stood out. He carried 3 treasure swords on his back, terrifying sword light flickering on his body continuously. His Dayan sacred ground was also a peerless sacred ground. How could he lower his head to a brat? Although the other party was very powerful, he was more confident in his Dayan sword technique. Moreover, he was an elder who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. He did not believe that he would lose to a brat. Whoosh! The elder from the Dayan sacred ground waved his hand, and the 3 treasure swords on his back flew out and waved in front of him. Rays of dazzling sword light descended from the sky like the Milky Way, slicing through the void. Ka ka ka! Lin Xian pulled out the ancient Dragon Abyss sword and quickly met the attack. The ancient Dragon Abyss sword enlarged and became a giant sword. It danced in the sky, annihilating all the sword light that came at it. Since you want to fight, don't blame me for not being polite. The great dragon sword soul roared. And the 4 seals on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword were released, flickering with incomparable light. Rays of sword Qi slashed down, instantly blasting the Dayan sword formation into water. The 3 treasure swords trembled in the sky and flew out. There were even cracks on them. No way! So strong. These people were stunned. The people from the Dayan sacred ground were so frightened that their scalps went numb. This elder of theirs was extremely terrifying. The 3 treasure swords on his back were also very famous. But now, this elder was forced to retreat, and there were cracks on the 3 treasure swords. Is this brat still human? Why do I feel like he's going to defy the heavens? There was no need to think about it. He had already entered the ranks of the top saints. In a one-on-one fight, other than Yi Wudao and the others, no one was a match for him. Those elders were no match for him either, unless they ganged up on him. Indeed, ordinary elders were no match for Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, the Dayan sacred ground shamelessly sent out another elder. On the 4 symbols' sacred ground side, another elder flew out. 3 elders against Lin Xian. Fuck, this is going to be a big game. Seeing the 3 elders standing in the void and crushing the world, the surrounding people trembled. That brat is going to be in danger. Indeed, no one could beat him in a one-on-one fight, but there was no suspense in a 3-on-1 fight. Brat, your people have been restrained. Let's see who can save you this time. In the four symbols sacred ground, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth. The two elders from the Dayan's sacred ground were even more murderous. Indeed, Xing Tian, elderly, the dark red divine dragon, and the others were fighting with others. They were fighting for the undying leaf. Now, there was no one around Lin Xian who could help him. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curled up. With a wave of his hand, a blood-red figure appeared beside him. Seeing this figure, the elders' eyelids twitched wildly, and their faces instantly turned ugly. Blood-robed Bat King. Damn it. How could they forget about this? The blood-robed Bat King was extremely terrifying. It could definitely restrain one of them. As for the remaining two, would they still have a 100% chance of winning if they fought each other? They did not know. The three of them were already the most they could send out at the moment. If they sent more people over, they would be at a disadvantage in the other battles. They were discussing and predicting their chances of winning. Chapter 2581. That was because they discovered that after the Bloodwing Bat King, there were dozens of black bugs beside Lin Xian. One by one, they crawled in the air. Their pitch-black bodies flickered with a metallic light. Damn it, it's those bugs. He can control those bugs. The three elders were so scared that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. The people in the distance also cried out in alarm. This was the third time they had seen Lin Xian use those black bugs. If the first two times were a coincidence, what about the third time? The other party must have mastered some kind of method to directly control those bugs. Thinking of this, they were terrified. Those bugs were not any weaker than the Bloodwing Bat King. Come, have a taste of the gifts I prepared for you. Lin Xian grinned. The three elders, however, turned around and fled. What a joke. They were confident in fighting 3 against 1. Now that the other party had taken out 2 trump cards, they could not win at all. 3 streaks of red light streaked across the sky and fled into the distance. How could Lin Xian let them go? With a wave of his hand, the black bugs and the Bloodwing Bat King quickly charged over. He even used the demigods and semi-devils to fly rapidly in the sky. Boom, boom. In the end, the 3 elders let out miserable screams and angry roars. A great battle broke out. The 3 elders knew that they could not escape, so they did not hold back at all. They exerted their combat strength to the limit. At the same time, they threw out all kinds of trump cards without any regard for their lives. But in the end, they were still killed. There was no other way. Whether it was Lin Xian, the black bugs, or the Bloodwing Bat King, they were all very terrifying. They were not people they could fight against at all. 3 streaks of blood mist exploded and spread in all directions, turning into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. It dyed a corner of the sky red. Everyone was stunned. No one dared to go up and find trouble with Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and controlled the Bloodwing Bat King and the black bugs that filled the sky to quickly charge over. He wanted to use these 2 trump cards to snatch the leaf of immortality. Get lost. Kill. For a moment, countless angry roars came from below as terrifying energy surged. In the end, Lin Xian also joined the battle. The battle lasted for a long time. 2 figures broke through the void and flew back. It was the 4 symbols Saint Child and Seiko Dayan. Their expressions turned gloomy. When they found out what had happened earlier, the 2 of them were completely enraged. They charged downwards in search of Lin Xian and prepared to take revenge. What kind of joke was this? An elder of their holy land had been killed in front of everyone. They had to take revenge. Wang. A large palm stretched across the sky, completely enveloping the space where Lin Xian was. Damn it! The people around Lin Xian were also furious. This palm didn't just envelop Lin Xian, it enveloped them as well. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the sky, a cold glint in his eyes. Acting recklessly, he thrust out his sword and collided with the sky-covering giant hand. Wang! Suddenly, Seiko Dian's figure appeared behind Lin Xian, and the great expansion's sacred sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Bang! Lin Xian didn't dodge and pushed out his left hand. It was as if an azure dragon had collided with the great expansion's sacred sword, and a loud clang was heard. Wang! At the same time, a ball of golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Seiko Dian. Seiko Dian screamed in agony as sword chi erupted from his body to defend himself. He was pushed back, and his face was extremely pale. In the sky, the Four Symbols Saint Child saw this, and hurriedly defended himself with his soul. In an instant, everyone retreated a great distance. Damn it, this kid is using a soul attack again. Seeing the fear in everyone's eyes, Lin Xian sneered. He didn't attack again. Instead, he took out a bronze bell and shook it in the sky. Ding ding dang dang. Terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the surrounding people were sent flying while vomiting blood. Damn it, Seiko Dian and the Four Symbols Saint Child's faces changed instantly. Flower Protector. This guy took it out again. Damn it. The treasures that Lin Xian had obtained in this ancient tomb were too powerful. They could only use their trump cards to defend themselves. However, they probably couldn't attack Lin Xian for the time being. In the end, the Four Symbols Saint Child and Seiko Dian gave up. This was because the two of them couldn't do anything to Lin Xian, even if they joined forces. Moreover, even if they fought to the end, both of them would be injured. It wasn't worth it at all. Therefore, the two of them didn't attack Lin Xian anymore. Instead, they joined in the fight. While Lin Xian was fighting the blood-winged Bat King, and the black bug didn't stop. Among them, the black bug wrapped around 3 leaves, forming a large black ball that flew rapidly in the sky. Countless attacks landed on their bodies, making loud clanging sounds. Sparks flew as the attacks pierced through the void. However, the bug was refined from Dark Knight black gold, which was equivalent to a heaven-grade treasure. For a moment, no one could break it. They could only watch as Lin Xian left with the 3 leaves. On the other side, the blood-winged Bat King also obtained 2 leaves. It directly activated its blood-sucking ability, scaring the surrounding people into retreating frantically. It also successfully brought back 2 leaves. Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others all obtained some benefits. On the other side, the Yi family, Gu family, Wavering Light Sacred Land, and Lanrua Temple also did the same. Murong Qingchen and Shunjingqiu also gained a lot. In the end, more than 100 leaves were completely divided among these sacred lands and sections. Of course, everyone received more and less. For example, Lin Xian, the Yi family, and the Gu family, who were more powerful, naturally received more. Lin Xian's side obtained 12 leaves, which was considered the most. After all, there were only a total of more than 100 leaves. There were dozens of sacred lands, so it wasn't enough at all. 12 leaves was already very heaven-defying. Sure enough, many people looked at Immortal Palace from time to time. It seemed like they were very jealous. However, no one dared to make a move rashly. After obtaining the leaves, these people quickly retreated, formed their own groups, and sat down cross-legged. Array formations flickered, one after another. The previous battle was very intense, and many people had fallen. Even more people were seriously injured. At this moment, they naturally wanted to recover. All kinds of heavenly treasures, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines were swallowed without any regard for their lives. These people's bodies were overflowing with light. Lin Xian and the others didn't suffer much injuries, so at this moment, He was counting the spoils of war. Moreover, his eyes flickered as he stared into the distance. The undying leaf was gone, but the purple coffin was still there, flickering mysteriously. There were 3 layers of immortal suppression coffins. The 3rd layer of coffins should contain the bodies of the saints. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had a saint's hand bone in his hand. Just a small section of the hand bone was so terrifying that it made people tremble, not to mention the entire corpse. If it appeared, it could probably kill all of them. Therefore, everyone was very conscious and didn't have any ideas about the 3rd coffin. They decided to leave as soon as possible after recuperating. Pung pung. Chapter 2582. Those cultivators who were meditating and recovering from their injuries suddenly opened their eyes, and a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. They quickly stood up and looked around in bewilderment. Damn it, what's that sound? Many people trembled and pointed in front of them, almost kneeling on the ground. The purple coffin moved. It moved, and the sound came from inside. What? A 3rd coffin! The expressions of the elders and saints changed. Lin Xian's pupils also constricted. He also saw the purple coffin move just now. Moreover, the sound came from inside the purple coffin. The 3rd coffin contains the corpse of a saint. Could it be that the corpse of a saint had changed? Don't joke around. If the corpse of a saint is resurrected, we're all finished. Let's go. Let's go. Those people's scalps went numb. They did not care about their injuries and retreated one after another. Whoosh, whoosh. However, at that moment, a strange sound was heard again, as if someone was breathing. The sound rang clearly in their ears, and many of them were so scared that they peed their pants. Those elders also turned their heads abruptly, and their faces were pale. A sharp light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and it even formed a pair of golden eyes above his head. He looked down at the ground. Where did that sound come from? What a trick! A series of cold shouts were heard. Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on the purple coffin. The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin. He said in a deep voice, "What? The sound of breathing came from inside the coffin? Kid, don't joke around." "That's right. Although your eye technique is powerful, you can't scare us like that." Those young disciples were about to cry. What kind of joke is this? That's the corpse of a saint buried there. If the corpse of a saint can breathe, could it be that it's coming back to life? Xing Tian, Elder Li, and the others looked solemn. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. "Kid, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Brother Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and Xin Jingqiu also looked over. Countless gazes gathered on Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. "I can't be wrong. The breathing is coming from there." Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Many of them immediately knelt on the ground. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family also turned pale. Palace Master Lin is right. We also sensed it. It can't be, right? Everyone's hearts went cold, and their faces turned pale. This corpse was tens of thousands of years old. How could it still be breathing? Breathing meant that he was alive, a sage who had lived for tens of thousands of years. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. This was impossible. The elders shook their heads frantically. Even a great emperor couldn't live that long, let alone a saint. But what's with that breathing sound? The people of the Jade Lake sacred ground were also puzzled. The elder of the Wavering Light Holy Land said, "Don't panic. It might not be what we think. After all, the saint's tomb was special. Just because there were breathing sounds didn't mean that the saint was still alive." That was indeed the case. Hearing this speculation, many people's expressions eased, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the Wavering Light Holy Land regretted it. Their faces even turned green. They weren't the only ones. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian and the others also looked incomparably solemn. The young martial artists were so scared that they wet their pants. That was because the third purple coffin in front of them was making cracking sounds. And then it slowly opened. That was not the end. A figure slowly rose from the coffin like an elevator. It rose from the bottom of the coffin to the top. This made it so that everyone could see it without getting too close. There was indeed a corpse. There was a figure lying on the purple jade platform. Around the corpse, there was a small stream of crystal-clear water droplets that flowed in all directions. The water didn't flow outside, but all of it fell from the jade platform into the purple coffin. At this moment, everyone's injured bodies recovered in an instant. The effect was even more terrifying than the undying leaves. Heavens, what are these water droplets? It must be a supreme treasure for recovery and healing. Everyone was overjoyed. Those from the sacred grounds who didn't get too many undying leaves before were even more envious. Of course, they were only envious. None of them dared to go forward. In fact, these people kept retreating. The spring of life. This is the spring of life. The spring of life that was rumored to be able to bring bones back to life. Everyone went crazy. The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family were also breathing rapidly. Even Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were trembling with excitement. Lin Xian had also heard of this name, but he had only seen it in ancient books. He didn't expect to see it in real life. At the side, the dark red divine dragon's face was ugly. Damn it, what was this sage trying to do? First, there were so many divine crystals than the undying leaves, and now the spring of life. These were all treasures that contained powerful vitality, coupled with the legendary triple immortal suppression coffin. Could it be that this sage was really trying to revive? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. It couldn't be. Could it really be possible for someone to come back from the dead? Other than being turned into a puppet or a zombie, they had never seen anyone who could come back from the dead. Puppets and zombies were beyond normal resurrection. They couldn't be considered resurrection at all. Huff, huff, just as the crowd was discussing spiritedly, the sound of breathing was heard once again. This time around, the crowd was able to hear it clearly. It was coming from the corpse lying before them. Everyone's scalps went numb, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't see the corpse clearly because the corpse was wearing armor. The armor covered the corpse's entire body. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, but they were still closed. It must be said that when they saw the armor, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. That was because the armor was too exquisite. It was more exquisite than any armor they had ever seen. The streamlines on the armor were natural, as if it was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Runes and Tao runes interweaved with each other, forming an exquisite pattern that covered the armor. He. It's really good stuff. If we can get this thing back, who in this world will be our match? Just as everyone was panicking, a cold voice sounded. Then 5 or 6 figures rushed forward like ghosts. Who's that? Are they tired of living? Lin Xian was surprised. The others also exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Damn it, they're from the Chasing Corpse sect. Oh no, what are they trying to do? The elders of the Yi family and the Gu family exclaimed in surprise. The others also came back to their senses. Is the Chasing Corpse sect from that ancient sacred ground in Nanjiang? They're here too. Damn it, did they hide before this? No one had seen them before. They thought that the other party must have been in disguise. Now that they saw the saint's corpse, did the Chasing Corpse sect finally lose their patience? The Chasing Corpse sect was a sacred ground in Nanjiang. It was very ancient and mysterious. That sect was very special. Their main method of attack was to use corpses and control corpses. In their view, corpses were their weapons and their source of strength. And those people from the Chasing Corpse sect did it. They refined corpses. The Dharma treasures formed were very terrifying and powerful. However, they didn't expect those people from the Chasing Corpse sect to be so bold as to set their eyes on the saint's corpse. Could it be that they have a way to obtain the saint's corpse? What a joke! No one dared to believe it. Is the saint's corpse so easily obtained? Chapter 2583. Everyone's scalps went numb as they retreated crazily. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect still arrived near the corpse. The 6 of them stood in 6 directions and quickly formed seals with their palms. Terrifying black holes appeared one after another. In front of them, 6 corpses appeared. Whoosh! The 6 zombies opened their bloody mouths and spat out 6 black rays of light that intertwined in the sky. They formed a large black net that enveloped the area below. It covered the corpse of the saint. Including the purple coffin, it enveloped everything and wanted to take it away. Could this be the legendary Hell's magic net? It could see everything in the world. An elder of the 1,000 Calamity sect said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that the Chasing Corpse sect does have such a treasure. I didn't expect them to bring it." The elders of the other sacred grounds also turned pale. Damn it, they couldn't have succeeded, right? Many people became nervous, and their eyes turned red. Although the 3rd coffin was dangerous, it was the corpse of a saint. If they brought it back, they would definitely make a fortune. A saint's body was full of treasures. A wisp of saint's might could destroy the world. If they could obtain the saint's corpse, it would be equivalent to a huge treasure trove. Moreover, the saint was wearing a set of armor. It was probably a saint's artifact. Not to mention the saint's corpse, just the spring of life in the 3rd coffin was enough to make them jealous. This was the spring of life that could revive bones and had a strong vitality. It was very rare and could not be seen outside. It's us. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect had ferocious expressions as their eyes emitted a dark green light. The Hell's magic net carefully enveloped the saint's corpse and the purple coffin. Damn it, hurry up and attack. Finally, someone could not help but roar. They naturally wanted to share the loot. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he quickly waved his hand and said, "Let's go." At the same time, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enveloped everyone. Pung! Just as he finished doing this, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light shone, as if it was the light of destruction. A black hole was drawn in the sky, and it directly shattered. The 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect and the 6 zombies were all enveloped. A miserable sound was heard, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Quick, defend! The people from the Holy Lands and major sects were so frightened that they hurriedly used their trump cards to defend themselves. The terrifying fluctuations came and went quickly. In an instant, he disappeared. Everyone thought that they were dreaming. However, the shattered spell formation around them and the shattered armor they wore indicated that the spiritual power fluctuations they had sensed just now had indeed existed. Lin Xian also withdrew the dragon sword domain, and they looked forward. Then he drew in a breath of cold air. Up ahead, the people of the Chasing Corpse sect had already disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood was left behind. Not only the 6 elders of the Chasing Corpse sect, but their 6 zombies had also disappeared. Even that terrifying treasure, the Hell Weave, had disappeared. What? Everyone was shocked. Was this the power of a saint? This was too terrifying. In an instant, it could kill a peerless expert. However, this was not what frightened them the most. What terrified them the most was that the corpse in front of them was actually sitting up. That's right, he did sit up. His upper body was upright as he sat on the purple jade platform. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that the sage had been resurrected? everyone trembled. Fuck. Chasing Corpse Sect, I'll remember you. If I can return alive, I'll kill every member of the Chasing Corpse Sect I meet in the future. Many people went crazy. It was all because of the damn Chasing Corpse Sect that they had to make a move. If they didn't make a move, the sage's corpse definitely wouldn't have changed, and it wouldn't have sat up like now. Who knew if the other party would have survived? Because they should have been able to feel that the sage was indeed breathing. A corpse was breathing. This made them think that the sage in front of them shouldn't be dead. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. I've encountered such a situation before. If a person is sealed in a divine crystal or the spring of life, they can indeed be preserved for tens of thousands of years without dying. However, in that case, the amount of divine crystals and the spring of life required was extremely large to an unimaginable extent. On top of that, only martial monarchs or supreme saints were able to do it. Could it be that the sage in front of them was like that? When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Those elders all had terrified expressions on their faces. They had naturally heard of this possibility. That was because in the past, a powerful seeker spirit master had once cut open the stone transported out of the primordium ancient mine. At that time, they cut out such a thing. That stone was very large, dozens of meters tall. In the end, a divine crystal that was more than 10 meters tall was cut out. That divine crystal was incomparably resplendent. However, what was terrifying was that there was actually something sealed in the divine crystal, a monstrous beast. In the end, it was jointly taken away by the people of several clans of the ancients. Moreover, this matter was quickly suppressed and only became a legend. However, it was spread among the great sage lands. At this moment, when they saw the strange thing in front of them, they naturally recalled the previous legend. However, the people of the Gu family frowned. That shouldn't be. The corpse was clearly not sealed. Although it was soaked in the spring of life, it was completely different from being directly sealed by the spring of life. If it wasn't sealed, it wouldn't be able to survive for tens of thousands of years in the spring of life. Moreover, if it wasn't dead, why would it spend so much effort to build an ancient tomb? What exactly was the reason? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the others also frowned. However, Elderly's body trembled slightly. Not only him, but Elder Lu, Elder Wang, and the other two also felt the same. Xing Tian also had a frightened expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Xing Tian, Elderly, what did you find? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He noticed that the expressions of these elders were not right. Meanwhile, Elderly, Xing Tian, and the others were staring ahead intently. No way. How could it be? How could it be that thing? Not to mention Lin Xian and the others, even Peacock, Hui Dao, and the young martial artists of the Immortal Palace were puzzled. At this moment, the elders of the surrounding sacred lands also looked over. Fellow cultivator, what did you find? The elder of the Jade Lake sacred ground asked in confusion. This Elder Li and the others did not say anything. They discussed with each other. Xing Tian sighed. Forget it, we can't hide it. We'll find out sooner or later. This matter is already beyond our control. Hurry up and call for help. What's going on? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Elderly took a deep breath. Chapter 2584. Elderly took a deep breath. He also knew that this matter could not be hidden, so he spoke in a deep voice. The Yuhua immortal robe. What? The Yuhua immortal robe. As soon as these words came out, the eyelids of the elders of the Yi family, Ya Wang's sacred land, and Gu family twitched fiercely. Their eyes erupted with an incomparable light, and the aura on their bodies swept through the 9 heavens. In the next moment, they stared fixedly at the corpse of the saint who was sitting up in front of them. To be precise, it was the clothes on the corpse of the saint. Could it be that this was the legendary Yuhua immortal robe? Heavens, no way. Wasn't that a legend? Could it really exist? These elders were stunned. Those young disciples were very puzzled. Elder, what was the Yuhua immortal robe? Yes. Was it very precious? Was it a saint's magic treasure? They had never seen their elder so agitated. It should be a saint's magic treasure. However, the elders of the great sage shook their heads. The Yuhua immortal robe had probably surpassed the saint's magic treasure. It was a supreme treasure between heaven and earth, and it was very magical. Rumor had it that wearing the Yuhua immortal robe could bring the dead back to life. One could even live forever. What? Bring the dead back to life? Immortality. At this moment, those young disciples were all stunned. Their breathing became rapid and their eyes were red. They also stared fixedly at the figure in front of them. However, Yi Wudao, No Flower, the Prince of Great Xia, and the others frowned. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Immortality? Bring the dead back to life? How was this possible? Wasn't it said that even great emperors couldn't escape death? If they didn't become immortals, they would eventually become a pile of dust. This was also the reason why everyone was so obsessed with becoming an immortal, because only by becoming an immortal could one have eternal life and immortality. But now, these elders were telling them that a Yuhua immortal robe could allow one to live forever. This directly impacted their understanding. If there was such a treasure, how could it be in the hands of a saint? It must have been taken away by the great emperor. No, the Yuhua immortal robe was very magical. It had not appeared for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. It only existed in extremely ancient legends. We even thought that it was impossible for the Yuhua immortal robe to exist. But who would have thought that it would appear again? Everyone was shocked. However, there were also people who were doubtful. That might not be the case. Perhaps immortal palaces people couldn't be sure that this was feather immortal. That's right. The others were also puzzled. Wasn't this corpse breathing before? We suspect that it was sealed by the divine crystal and the spring of life, and that's why it survived until now. From the looks of it, that might not be the case. This saint might really be dead. However, he wore the Yuhua immortal robe and lived through countless years. What? The dead had come back to life. Everyone felt as if they were listening to a legend. Could it really be the effect of the Yuhua immortal robe? Everyone was shocked. But then again, how could a corpse breathe? With the addition of the legend of the Yuhua immortal robe, everything could be explained. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people were going crazy. They did not expect that they would actually encounter the legendary Yuhua immortal robe. This was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. The feather immortal Yi had disappeared for over 100,000 years. Even some martial monarchs had never seen him before. But now, they actually saw it. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the void split open and the world lost its color. Surging death chi filled the air, and an incomparably terrifying black palm pierced through the sky like a demonic mountain. It shrouded the area below. As soon as the black palm appeared, many people directly fell to the ground, and even more people vomited blood and flew out. Their faces were full of horror. The elders and saints of the various great sage lands also felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. Lin Xian and the others also retreated rapidly. Elderly instantly summoned his magic arsenal, and countless puppets completely surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, it's an invincible king. An invincible king has appeared, an old man exclaimed, and with a bang, his body split open and turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, everyone screamed. That was a peerless, mighty figure, but he was actually shattered by the aftermath of the energy. One could imagine that it was definitely an extremely heaven-defying energy. In addition to the previous voice, they believed that an invincible king had really appeared. Was it the guardian of the ancient tomb? Everyone immediately thought of this possibility, because there was a woman in white next to him. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't her. Although this black palm carried a sky full of death chi, it was incomparably terrifying. However, it wasn't the guardian of the ancient tomb. It was someone from the Chasing Corpse sect. It was the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect who had made a move. The Yuhua immortal robe must belong to our Chasing Corpse sect. The huge palm smashed the surroundings and countless black auras drooped down. It was like the demonic aura from hell rolling over. It spread out in all directions, completely sealing the entire space. Damn it! Leaf Daudenier roared, and his golden chi and blood surged into the sky. A golden giant stood indomitable. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. This was his terrifying technique, and he wanted to destroy everything in all directions. But this time, the boundless black aura completely suppressed the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. Leaf Daudenier kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Protect Daudenier! Howling, the elders of the Yi clan sent 4 experts to surround Leaf Daudenier and protect him. Leaf Daudenier was their Yi family's sacred physique, and they absolutely couldn't allow anything to happen to him. The Yi family's sacred physique was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually block a wisp of my aura. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. As soon as this voice came out, many people directly exploded. Those who were weak couldn't bear it at all. Even the elders, saints, and saintesses couldn't help but vomit blood. Lin Xian also felt the impact. He felt the qi and blood in his body tumbling, as if his body was about to explode. It was terrifying. Was this the power of an invincible king? Lin Xian was shocked. Next to him, the dark red divine dragon, and the others roared in anger. Damn it, they actually brought an invincible king here. They were about to go crazy. The huge palm in the sky rumbled in all directions. It was like an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. The invincible king didn't reveal his true body. Just a palm was enough to sweep in all directions. He injured Leaf Daudenier with one palm, then stared at the Alcade Saint. Boom! He waved his palm gently, and boundless black aura spread out, turning into a black dragon that rushed towards the Alcade Saint. Not only that, but many black dragons appeared in the sky. In addition to the Alcade Saint, they also rushed towards Lin Xian, the Grand Xia Prince, No Flower, Murong Qingcheng, Shenjingqiu Yan Ryu, and the others. Chapter 2585. Not good. Damn it. Get lost. The saints roared crazily. The dragon-patterned cauldron trembled and grew larger in the sky. It was like a mountain was crushing the void. On Wu Hua's side, boundless Buddha phantoms appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. The golden sword in the hands of the great Xia Prince turned into a golden dragon, roaring in all directions. A green light rushed out of Yan Ruyu's body. Murong Qingcheng waved her phoenix wing golden fan, sending out a phoenix phantom. Shen Jingqiu shouted. Boundless purple aura spread out from her body. It was like a purple aura coming from the east. It was extremely mysterious. It wrapped around her completely. Lin Xian's expression was serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. He used all his strength to activate the great dragon sword soul, and a terrifying dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth. Then it turned into a dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The other saints and saintesses attacked at the same time. Terrifying energy rolled between heaven and earth, and the void was completely shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Puff. Figures retreated one after another, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky, dyeing it red. At this moment, whether it was Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, or the others, they were all injured. It couldn't be helped. Their opponent was an invincible king. Although it was just a light attack from an invincible king, it was still not something they could resist. Top geniuses and peerless geniuses were nothing more than this. You want to climb the path of the great emperor? The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect said in a disdainful voice. His black palm was full of killing intent. Damn it, you dare to attack us? The elders of the Yi and Gu families were furious. They didn't expect the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect to be so crazy. He dared to attack all the top geniuses. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to kill all the top geniuses? They didn't dare to imagine. The others were also frightened. The saints trembled. If Yi Wudao, the great Xia prince, and the other top geniuses died here, there would be an earth-shattering shock in the outside world. Not to mention the other holy sons and holy daughters. Just the fact that Yi Wudao had died was enough to send the Yi clan into a frenzy. At that time, it was very likely that he would become a living fossil of the Yi clan, and he would wield an extreme weapon to wipe out the Chasing Corpse sect. Just thinking about this scene made one's scalp go numb. After all, once an extreme weapon appeared, it was no longer just the Chasing Corpse sect's problem. That was because its power was simply too terrifying. It could definitely cause endless territories to sink. This was definitely an earth-shattering catastrophe. Therefore, the crowd could not understand why the Chasing Corpse sect was so bold. Humph! If I kill all of you, the news won't spread. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly. The light on the black palm became more and more terrifying, and boundless demonic chi spread out. At this moment, everyone coughed up blood once more. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the other elders were all infuriated. However, they couldn't resist at all. However, before the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect could make his move, another shocking change occurred. In the sky, the blood of Leaf Daudenier, Yanryu, Morong Qingchen, and the other prodigies gathered in the air and did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a red light that flew towards the sage's corpse. Then, all the blood was absorbed into the sage's corpse. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. Even the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, a pair of black eyes appeared in the sky and stared coldly at the sage's corpse below. Damn it! What's going on? Why is the corpse sucking blood? He didn't know, but he felt that things might be serious. Buzz. As expected, his guess was right. After the blood of the top prodigies entered the sage's corpse, the sage's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Rays of terrifying light swept in all directions, like a peerless heavenly blade that cut through the void. Wherever it passed, nothing could withstand it. Crack, crack. Terrifying cracks spread out, and everyone frantically retreated. At this moment, the great sage and the clan of the ancients all revealed their trump cards. Buzz. On the Yi family's side, a golden cauldron floated above them, completely enveloping them. On Lin Xian's side, Elderly took out a decree. In the sky, countless terrifying runes flickered. They weren't the only ones. At this moment, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, Xixia Sacred Ground, Wavering Light Sacred Ground, Fei Imperial Palace, Gu Family, and all the other sacred grounds and sects didn't hold back at all. This was because if they didn't use their final trump cards, they might be killed by this pressure. Terrifying light erupted in the sky, and intense sounds collided. The palm of the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect bore the brunt of the impact. His large black palm was impacted by the sage's power, and suddenly the sky and earth shook. The large black palm kept slapping, shattering the entire sky. However, in the face of the sage's power, he couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the large black palm was torn into pieces. In the sky, the pair of black eyes became blurry and even filled with fear. Boom! The void shattered, and a figure appeared in the sky. He was like a demon king, and his aura made people tremble. The invincible king had appeared. That's right, the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect finally couldn't hold back anymore. His true body had appeared. In front of him, there was an incomparably pitch-black corpse. It was similar to him, but it was expressionless. This was a zombie that he had refined, and it was also the corpse of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. At this moment, he had used the invincible king zombie to its limit. At the same time, a large black net floated above his head. Hell's demonic net. It was the treasure of the chasing corpse sect. Previously, everyone thought that the Hell's demonic net had shattered, but they didn't expect it to be taken away by this invincible king. Now that it was displayed again, it was truly terrifying. After all, the strength of an invincible king was much stronger than that of a peerless almighty. In addition to the Hell's demonic net, two more things appeared beside the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. One was a black bead that looked like an eye. It was very strange. The other was a black demonic saber that emitted a strong aura of death. Obviously, the invincible king didn't dare to be careless in the face of the sage's corpse. He had to go all out. Whoosh! The others retreated crazily. In a battle of this level, just a wisp of energy was enough to kill them. Fortunately, their elders had already used their shocking trump cards to protect them. Otherwise, no one would be able to survive. On the Immortal Palace's side, Lin Xian's face was pale. He swallowed a few drops of Earth Spirit liquid, and the bones in his body crackled. Previously, when he was resisting the aura of the invincible king, he was injured. Fortunately, he had many natural treasures in his hands, and he had recovered. Chapter 2586. The current situation had already exceeded his ability to control and endure. Not to mention him, even these elders would not be able to interfere at all. Sure enough, Elderly didn't attack. He used a top-grade puppet to protect the people of Immortal Palace. The decree above his head floated in the air. Mysterious runes flickered in the sky. "Don't hesitate anymore," Xing Tian said. Hearing this, Elderly nodded his head. Then he, Xing Tian, Elder Wang, and Elder Lu quickly formed hand seals. The golden decree trembled nonstop as it slowly opened. The golden decree was only half opened. At this moment, it seemed to be fully opened. "Welcome, great guardian," Xing Tian, Elderly, and the others said respectfully. Their expressions were extremely sincere. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Peacock, Hui Dao, and the other Immortal Palace martial artists trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. Could it be? Before they could think of anything, the golden decree suddenly shone brightly and turned into a golden waterfall spinning in the sky. The golden runes formed a mysterious array that tore through the void. A figure emerged from the golden light that filled the sky. This was a man who wore battle armor. He looked extremely valiant and extraordinary. As soon as he appeared, he shattered the void. His aura swept through the 9 heavens. His aura wasn't any weaker than the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect. Invincible king, another invincible king. After the invincible king of the chasing corpse sect the invincible king of Immortal Palace, also appeared. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He knew that the person who appeared was the great guardian of Immortal Palace. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, he didn't expect Xing Tian, Elder Li, and the others to have such abilities and methods to allow invincible kings to descend. If the invincible kings of Immortal Palace could descend, then what about the other sacred grounds? Lin Xian looked into the distance again. Sure enough, his guess was right. After the great guardian of Immortal Palace arrived, the Yi family, Gu family, Dao East Sacred Ground, Wavering Light Sacred Ground, and other sacred grounds all shone brightly. Strange runes flashed in the sky one after another. Then a majestic aura emerged and tore through the void. That aura belonged to invincible kings. Clearly, invincible kings had arrived. There were more than a dozen invincible kings. At this moment, when they appeared in the sky together, it was really enough to make the heaven and earth collapse. Luckily, the invincible kings of the various sacred grounds unleashed their light to protect the crowd below. That was why those people weren't affected. Before, you dared to take action against my Immortal Palace's master? As soon as the great guardian appeared, he did not immediately look at the saint's corpse. Instead, he stared at the invincible king from the Chasing Corpse sect. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he wanted to stand up for Lin Xian. It was because Lin Xian was his Immortal Palace's palace master. No matter when, he would always represent their Immortal Palace. However, someone actually wanted to kill Lin Xian. If a saint or saintess of the younger generation were to attack Lin Xian, the great guardian would definitely not care. That was because he knew that Lin Xian had to go through these battles. However, an invincible king who stood at the peak of the continent actually attacked a young junior. This was something he could not tolerate. Sure enough, as soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. The people of Immortal Palace also became excited. They knew that the great guardian had come to avenge them. After the great guardian of Immortal Palace, the invincible king of the Yi family also shouted coldly. Endless golden light erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A terrifying golden saint aura suddenly erupted. The invincible king of the Gu family, the Jade Pool, and the Dao One's sacred ground, powerful figures like divine arrows, pierced through the void and stared at the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect felt their scalps go numb and their faces turned green. They did not expect that these sacred grounds could summon invincible kings, and more than 10 of them appeared at once. Previously, they were proud, thinking that only their Chasing Corpse sect could summon invincible kings. This way, they could capture all the peerless geniuses in one fell swoop. They could severely injure the great sage. Moreover, they could push all the blame onto the saint's corpse. They could say that it was the saint's corpse that killed them. This way, they could do it without anyone noticing. However, they did not expect that before the invincible kings on their side made a move, the invincible kings of the sacred grounds had already arrived. Moreover, everyone was pointing their spears at them. They felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and their hearts were cold, and their faces were filled with despair, because they only had one invincible king. No matter how strong he was, how could he defeat more than 10 of them? If more than 10 invincible kings attacked together, their Chasing Corpse sect would definitely not survive. Humph, the great guardian of Immortal Palace, took the lead. He held a red spear in his hand and stabbed out. Lightning filled the sky, and endless divine lightning pierced through the void, attacking the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared, waving his black demonic blade to resist. However, at this time, the Yi family, Gu family blade intense sacred ground, and the invincible kings of the heavens all attacked. More than 10 invincible kings attacked together, blasting the void. No matter how powerful the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect was, he could not do it. Therefore, in just an instant, the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect vomited blood and was sent flying. The invincible king level zombie in front of him was torn apart, unable to resist at all. Ah, damn it, just you wait. The invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect roared. He waved his hand and led all the people of the Chasing Corpse sect to escape into the distance. You still want to escape? Stay here. The great guardian snorted coldly and stabbed out with his spear. Buzz. In the sky, a red spear descended from the sky like a divine red, directly piercing through the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect. Puff. Blood sprayed out, dyeing the void red. Boom. Boom. The invincible king of the Yi family waved his fist, and golden light shone in the sky, making everyone unable to open their eyes. The lower half of the invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect instantly shattered, turning into a bloody mist. Otherwise, black holes would have appeared around him, and a terrifying, chaotic aura and world-destroying light would have appeared. In short, this invincible king of the Chasing Corpse sect was severely injured, and only his head was left. He was also on the verge of death. It was covered with cracks and would shatter at any time. The martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect below him were even more miserable. A large number of martial artists turned into a bloody mist, and less than 1% of them were still alive. With a roar, the shattered head of the invincible king escaped into the void with the remaining martial artists of the Chasing Corpse sect. An invincible king was seriously injured and fled just like that. Moreover, he was almost killed. Chapter 2587. Too strong. These invincible kings were simply too strong. Every strike made them shudder with fear. They all carried boundless power. Lin Xian also clenched his fists, and his eyes erupted with a fiery light. Invincible king, he must become an invincible king. Only then could he stand at the peak of the continent. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings retracted their gazes from the distance and looked down again. When they saw the corpse of the saint with his eyes open, they all frowned. Shock, extreme shock. Even though these people were invincible kings and were powerful, they still felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts when facing a saint. It couldn't be helped. Saints had a natural suppression on kings like them. Even if they became invincible kings, they were still kings, not saints. If they didn't surpass kings and enter the saint realm, they would never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with saints. But now it was different. The reason for that was because that sage was not alive. Instead, he was a corpse. Although his eyes were open and he was breathing, he was still much weaker than a real living saint. The Yuhua immortal robe was indeed real. The eyes of the invincible kings of the Yi family were like two suns blooming with light. The great guardian of the immortal palace had a solemn expression. The other's eyes also flickered, not daring to be careless. Blood. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone's souls trembled. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible king's pupils constricted. They stared down. That voice was actually from the saint's corpse. Damn it. Did this saint's corpse really come back to life? Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. They retreated again. That was because the scene before them was simply too bizarre. It was beyond their understanding. Let's do it. The great guardian took a deep breath. Okay. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the other invincible kings all nodded. In the next moment, they quickly attacked. A long spear pierced through the void, and a golden fist was like a sun. Terrifying spatial cracks spread. At this moment, more than a dozen invincible kings didn't hold back at all. Boom! In the energy storm that filled the sky, wisps of saint power directly broke through heaven and earth, shattering all the energy. More than a dozen invincible kings were forced back. What? He was actually so powerful. Lin Xian, Leaf Daudenier, and the others were shocked. It was only a sliver of sage might, but it was enough to cut through the attacks of the invincible kings. A saint is too scary, isn't it? Beside him, Xing Tian, Elder Li, and the others wore solemn expressions. It couldn't be helped. Saints had transcended the heavens and earth. They were extremely terrifying, far surpassing our imaginations. This was just a wisp of sage's aura. If it was a living sage, the Tao pattern law would be earth-shattering. It was estimated that the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky would not even be able to withstand a single blow. What? The Tao pattern laws were actually so powerful. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. In the sky, more than a dozen invincible kings snorted coldly. A dead saint was not invincible. They also quickly used their trump cards. Some people even took out broken sage magic treasures. Lin Xian knew how terrifying the power of a saint's fragment was. Furthermore, he did not dare to completely tear open the seal. However, these invincible kings were extremely powerful. They could tear open the seal far more than Lin Xian could. Therefore, in a flash, they attacked again. The sage's corpse was still sitting there, unable to move. He couldn't move, and only his eyes could still move. However, this was already terrifying. Just his gaze alone was enough to block the attacks of more than a dozen invincible kings. For a moment, both sides were fighting to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, strange runes appeared in the sky one after another. They were extremely terrifying, enveloping Leaf Daudenier, the Grand Xia Prince, and the others. Not good. Seeing this, the elders of the Grand Xia dynasty and the Gu clan screamed. Leaf Daudenier and the others were even more shocked. In an instant, they felt as if their blood was being sucked dry. Damn it. These runes were sucking their blood. What was going on? A sage. A sage was attacking. An elder screamed. He had long since realized that something was wrong. These runes were absorbing the bloodline power of the peak. Don't let him succeed. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would really come back to life. When these words were said, everyone's expression changed. In fact, it was normal. From the very beginning, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Later on, the Bloodwing Bat King attacked the geniuses with the peak bloodlines. All of this indicated that the entire ancient tomb seemed to be searching for the most powerful bloodlines. As for what it was for, they didn't know at the time. Now, it seemed that it was for the revival of the sage. At this thought, their scalps went numb. Those with peak bloodlines turned pale. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have entered even if they were beaten to death. But now it was too late. In the face of the mysterious runes, they couldn't resist at all. Lin Xian was still fine. He didn't have the power of a bloodline. He only had the dragon sword soul, so for a while he wasn't enveloped by the runes. However, he didn't dare to be careless, because Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu were still enveloped. He had to think of a way to save them. He wanted to use the Black Earth. During this period of time, he had obtained a large number of natural treasures in the tomb. He could already use the Black Earth again. He wanted to use the Black Earth to attack and save Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu, then leave this place. Who cared about the sage's corpse? Everything had nothing to do with him. However, before Lin Xian could make a move, a roar suddenly came from the distance. The sound was very faint at first. It was obvious that the place where it came from was very far away. However, in the blink of an eye, It turned into boundless thunder and surged forth. Suddenly, the space where Lin Xian and the others were in collapsed. Damn it, what happened? Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others were shocked. In the sky, the dozen or so invincible kings retreated. Their faces were solemn. Crack! The void cracked, and a blue light appeared, turning into a huge coffin floating in the sky. Seeing this coffin, all the elders' scalps went numb. Damn it, it's the Big Dipper coffin. Isn't this the first coffin? Why is it here? The elders were really crazy. When the Big Dipper coffin appeared, they told the younger generation to quickly retreat. As for the elders, they were working together to kill him. In the end, they suppressed a few. Among them, the first coffin was the most mysterious and terrifying. However, nothing strange happened. When they completely left, the first coffin didn't open, which made the elders sigh in relief. But they didn't expect that the first coffin would come here. Moreover, it emitted such terrifying sound waves. Chapter 2588. Could it be that the corpse of the sage had summoned it? Everyone's expression turned ugly. The corpse of a sage was already so terrifying. If he were to summon another powerful guardian, those invincible kings would probably be defeated. However, to everyone's surprise, the first coffin of the Big Dipper didn't attack the invincible kings or Lin Xian and the others. It was the corpse of the sage. A blue lightning bolt shot out from the coffin and struck down. Its target was the corpse of the sage. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. What was going on? Shouldn't the first coffin of the Big Dipper be the guardian of the tomb? Why would it attack the corpse of the sage? This made them all confused. Lin Xian and the others were also very surprised. The corpse of the sage raised its head, and two divine lights shot out from its eyes, shattering the lightning bolt. Clang! Otherwise, the two gazes still landed on the blue light screen, which immediately caused a monstrous tremor. The coffin trembled from the impact and shattered into pieces in an instant. The surrounding void also collapsed in an instant. A blood-red figure rushed out from the blue light curtain. Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw that. The blood-red figure was a corpse. However, the skin on it was gone, and only flesh and blood were exposed. It was a blur. The blood dripped down and directly pierced through the void. One could imagine that this person must have been a very terrifying existence when he was alive. However, everyone still underestimated the blood-red corpse. That was because the expressions of the dozen or so invincible kings in the sky instantly changed. Damn it, it's the blood of a sage. A drop of blood pressed down on the surroundings, making them tremble. Only the blood of a sage could cause such a terrifying scene. They didn't expect that the corpse in the coffin was also the corpse of a sage. Damn it, there were two sages in this ancient tomb? To be honest, they were all stunned, because they never thought that this would be the result. If they used all their trump cards, they might be able to fight against the corpse of a sage. But now, they couldn't fight against the corpses of two sages. Although these sages were all dead, they couldn't resist the might and blood of the sages. For a moment, the invincible king's expressions became extremely ugly. The eyelids of Lin Xian and the others were also twitching. They didn't understand what was going on. The experts from the demon imperial palace screamed. This was demonic blood. The saint's blood contained a strong demonic aura. This was a demon saint. That's right, it was indeed a demon saint. Yan Ryu and Huitiandu also had ice-cold expressions. They also felt the aura of the demon clan. The others' expressions changed. What was going on? How could it be a saint of the demon clan? Could it be that one of them was a human ancient sage, and the other was a demon ancient sage? Why are these two saints together? Roar! Just as everyone was puzzled, the blood-colored sage above launched another attack. He charged towards the saint's corpse below. A huge blood-red hand covered the sky and covered the entire sky. Could it be that his target was also the Yuhua immortal robe? Everyone was shocked. This must be the case. This demon saint also wanted to snatch the Yuhua immortal robe? Ka. Below, the saints of the human race dealt with it calmly. The armor on his face made cracking sounds and retreated to both sides, revealing a face. When they saw that face, everyone exclaimed, and Lin Xian's pupils constricted, because this face was very familiar to him. It was a woman's face as pale as a sheet of paper and very beautiful. However, everyone realized that they seemed to have seen this face before. Damn it, it was that woman in white. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. He had taken the bronze key from the mouth of the woman in white before, so how could he forget this face? But why did the saint's corpse look exactly the same as that woman in white? Could it be that the two of them were originally the same person? At the side, the dark red divine dragon also said, thinking about it, that woman in white should be a clone of this person's corpse. Sending his doppelganger to guard his tomb should be the safest way. That could only be the reason. Everyone nodded, but they still couldn't understand why there were two saints. However, this was no longer important, because the two of them had already started fighting. Although both of them were corpses, they directly tore the entire sky apart as soon as they fought. Large cracks also appeared on the surrounding ancient tomb. It couldn't be helped. Just because the invincible kings couldn't break the ancient tomb didn't mean that the saints couldn't. Sure enough, the two of them had only exchanged 10 moves when the sky shattered and the light from outside shone in. Run! Seeing this scene, the invincible kings roared angrily. They also activated the saint artifact fragments in their hands and joined the battle. For a moment, the battle became even more intense. The ancient tomb of the saints was also more and more damaged. Countless cracks spread in all directions, directly tearing the ancient tomb into pieces. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't dare to delay. They turned into a long rainbow and flew out. It was too dangerous inside, so they had to leave. When the saints fought, it was estimated that millions of miles would sink directly, or even millions of miles. They had to retreat quickly. Buzz. At this moment, the powerhouses of the great sage used their trump cards and quickly left. Boom, boom. After they left, the saints of the human race rode the purple coffin and soared into the sky. The blood-colored demon overlord chased after them. More than a dozen invincible kings also followed with treasures in their hands. They also left the ancient tomb. After leaving the ancient tomb, without the suppression of the ancient tomb's laws, this energy instantly attacked the area within a radius of 5 million miles. Immediately, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding creatures were in a terrible situation. Screams sounded one after another. Lin Xian and the others even activated the black demon ship and quickly retreated with all the Immortal Palace's martial artists. The Yi family, the Gu family, and all the great sects of the Holy Land did the same. They retreated 5 million miles away and didn't stop. They didn't stop until they were 10 million miles away. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They wondered how the battle was going. Someone said with a fearful expression, it would definitely be very intense, but they didn't know who would win in the end. Let's wait and see. These people already felt safe after retreating to this point. Therefore, they wanted to wait and see how the battle was going. However, not long after, a roar sounded in the distance. Then, a ray of light pierced through heaven and earth. Even though they were 10 million miles away, everyone could still see it. Another invincible king had made his move. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful invincible king. Xing Tian, elderly and the others exclaimed. The people of the Yi family were also shocked. This should be someone from the great Xia dynasty, right? After all, this territory was within the great Xia dynasty. Sure enough, after this ray of light, a few more terrifying rays of light pierced through heaven and earth. Chapter 2589. This news was spread not only by the great Xia dynasty, but also by the various great sage lands. In an instant, the experts of the surrounding dynasties all rushed over. Even the experts of the eastern wilderness, western desert, northern plains, and southern border opened their gates and directly descended. This time, not only did they come alone, but they also brought shocking treasures and terrifying trump cards. Because this was related to the Yuhua, immortal robe, they had to be serious. In fact, many supreme elders and living fossil elders had also come. Some sect masters even came in person. This was a huge shock that spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. The imagination was something that Lin Xian had never imagined before. He didn't expect that the ancient tomb of a saint would have such a huge impact. On the Immortal Palace's side, Elder Li and the others also informed the other guardians. Xing Tian even took out a secret scroll to inform Xia Jiuyo. With such a big thing happening, they had to inform Xia Jiuyo. Only with the old palace master personally taking action would there be a guarantee. In the sky, jade gates opened one after another, and powerful figures descended, chasing after the corpse of the human race's saint. Their goal was the Yuhua immortal robe. Of course, there were also people who were very interested in the 2 saint corpses. After all, saints were full of secrets. If they could obtain it and study it, it would be of great help to their strength. These people had already reached the peak of the king realm, and they were just 1 step away from the saint realm. However, this step had trapped them for thousands of years. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could they let it go? In an instant, a great battle broke out. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. Everything within tens of millions of miles was affected. Wherever it passed, not a single blade of grass was left. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian's side wasn't peaceful either. Powerful figures descended one after another, and terrifying killing intent spread in all directions. Among them, there were people from the 5 Elements Palace, the 9 Firmaments Sacred Emperor, the Myriad Thunder Sacred Land, and the Tai Dynasty. There were also people from the Yin Yang sect. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Lin Xian, and terrifying killing intent spread in all directions. Elder, great elder, hurry up and kill him. He killed our holy son. The people of 5 Elements Palace, Myriad Lightning Sacred Ground, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground roared madly. Previously, when they sent a message to the invincible kings, they also sent a message to their holy land. Therefore, the Holy Land had sent many experts to kill Lin Xian. How dare you kill the 5 Element Saint? Kneel down and accept your death. No one in this world can save you. The expert from the 10,000 Thunder, Holy Land said coldly, I won't kill you so easily. I'll torture you for 7,790 years and let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. The experts of the 9 Firmaments Holy Emperor were like death gods. It was the same for the Yin Yang sect and the Tai Dynasty. An old man from the Yin Yang sect made the first move. He looked down at Lin Xian from above, wanting to kill him with a palm strike. Fellow Taoist Yin Yang, you're not being kind. You should have left this brat to us. The people from the 5 Elements Palace sneered. The people of the Tai Dynasty also said, don't kill him. Capture him first, and we'll torture him. Humph! Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Bloodwing Bat King appeared in front of him, shattering the huge palm. What was that thing? How could it be so powerful? Seeing the new blood-red monster, The experts who had just arrived were shocked. It was a puppet, the guardian of the saint's ancient tomb. It was controlled by the brat. At the back, the disciples of the Five Elements Palace and the Tai dynasty quickly explained. The guardian of the ancient tomb was so powerful, many powerful elders' eyes lit up. It was really a treasure. How could such a treasure be in the hands of a piece of trash? Hand it over obediently. These people were very greedy. They stared at the Bloodwing Bat King. They knew that the things in the tomb, even if it was a pile of dirt, had endless magical uses. They regretted not entering the ancient tomb before. But now, the brat had brought out such a powerful guardian. How could they not be tempted? Elder, this brat not only has a guardian, but also the Dark Knight, Immortal Gold, and the Flower Protector, and all kinds of natural treasures. At the back, those disciples roared crazily. Hearing these treasures, the eyes of the surrounding elders turned red. They looked at Lin Xian. Brat, what do you have to be able to get so many treasures? That's right. Hand it over obediently, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Humph! You want to take my treasure? Do you have the life to take it? Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, these bastards really deserve to die. They actually secretly called so many experts to surround and kill him. He remembered these holy lands. In the future, he would never let these people go. Xing Tian, elderly, and the others on the side also stood out. You want to attack our palace, master? You have to ask if we agree first. Your immortal palace is powerful, but can you resist the joint attack of so many of us? An expert from the Thousand Thunder Holy Land also stood out. Lightning surrounded his body like a thunder god, looking down on the people of Immortal Palace. Humph! I killed the Saint Child. Why? You want revenge? Then make your move. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it! Too hateful. Kill him. You must kill him. The cultivators of the Thousand Thunder Holy Land were mad with anger. Now that so many of them had surrounded him, he still dared to be arrogant in front of them. They couldn't bear it anymore. Sure enough, the Thousand Thunder Holy Land experts' face sank. No one dares to attack our Thousand Thunder Holy Land, and it's even more impossible for someone to kill our Saint Child and live. Therefore, you should obediently kneel down and accept your death. The Thousand Thunder Holy Land expert said coldly, You alone? You don't have the qualifications. Let your palace master come. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Reckless brat. In the sky, the experts shouted coldly. In an instant, more than a dozen giant hands reached out and pressed Lin Xian below. Courting death, do you think we don't exist? Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were enraged. They also launched a counterattack. At the same time, elderly summoned the top puppets, the decree above his head, and the terrifying pagoda floating up and down. These people also activated their powerful trump cards to resist. Lin Xian, Peacock, Hui Dao, and the others also launched a counterattack. The dark red divine dragon roared, and the dragon's cry shook the 9 heavens. In the fierce confrontation, more than a dozen giant hands were blocked. One had to admit that Xing Tian, elderly, and the others were too strong. Moreover, they had the top puppets and decrees. Therefore, although they were fewer in number, they resisted. This scene shocked everyone. No way. This immortal palace is so powerful. The people from the other holy lands exclaimed. No flower. Yi Wudao and the others also had a serious expression. Kid, do you think these people can defeat you? Chapter 2590. These people looked young, but they were estimated to be 800 or 900 years old. They were very powerful, and some of them were saints and saintesses of the previous generation. Reckless kid, you killed our saint, and you want to get away unscathed? What a joke. His voice was like thunder, throbbing and shaking everyone's ears. Was he also an elite from the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground? Today will be the day of your death. An elite from the Five Elements Palace, surrounded by the power of the five elements, was so powerful that it made people tremble. You want to kill me with just you? You are too weak. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying sword chi surged from his body. Kid, you are courting death. The elites from the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground also rushed forward. Their saint had been killed, and they could not accept it. Only by killing the kid in front of them could they vent the hatred in their hearts. Although they were not elders, they were still powerful kings. Killing the kid in front of them would be a piece of cake. They attacked wildly, but the result was beyond their expectations. Soon, someone screamed as his body was cut in half by the sword. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? These people roared crazily because they realized that the opponent's strength had surpassed the average saint. Why are you surprised? What will surprise you is yet to come. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he took out the flower protector and tore open a corner of the seal. Then, a terrifying demonic sound whistled out. Clang, clang, boom, boom. Two of the elite's bodies exploded, turning into a bloody mist. One of them was blasted to the point where only his head was left, and he fled into the distance. Boom. Before he could run far, he was smashed by the dark red dragon's claw. Want to kill us? Let's see if you have the right. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in shock. The people from the Five Elements Palace and Tai Dynasty gritted their teeth. They did not expect the other party to be able to resist. As for the newcomers, their faces were full of shock. The other party was simply too powerful, exceeding their expectations. You have gone too far. Do you really think that the Five Elements Palace does not have any elites? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Then the terrifying power of the fifth form turned into a ray of light and slashed towards Lin Xian. Sensing this change, Lin Xian's expression instantly changed. His pupils shrank. Wang. Lin Xian didn't dare delay, and instantly entered the black earth. With a loud clang, the pentagram blade collided with the black earth, producing an earth-shattering sound. Soon after, the black earth was sent flying, smashing through the void, and only stopping after a long distance. Palace Master, Young Master, in the distance Xing Tian, Elder Li, and the others exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon also screamed, Brat, are you all right? The others were all alarmed. An unmatched king-level expert. Another unmatched king-level expert was taking action. They're going crazy. Who would have thought that an invincible king would descend and attack Lin Xian directly? This brat was dead meat. That's right, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block the attack of an invincible king tier. One after another, discussions sounded. In the distance, Yi Wudao, Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others were extremely nervous. The elders would save him, save Big Brother Lin Xian. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu urged the peerless experts on their side. In the sky, the terrifying light of the five elements disappeared, and the cracks in the sky gradually healed. Everyone looked into the distance. That brat is gone, right? He must have been beaten into a bloody mist, many people were discussing. Those from the Five Elements Palace sneered. Great, their invincible king had finally made his move. Let's see how that brat dies. However, the invincible king of the Five Elements Palace didn't relax. He even frowned, because he noticed that there was an additional black spirit ship in front of him. The light just now had blasted onto the spirit ship. It's actually fine? The invincible king frowned. The others also noticed this scene. Heavens, what is the spirit ship? How can it withstand the attack of an invincible king? Did that brat get in? He's really lucky. They didn't expect him to have such a trump card. Everyone discussed animatedly. Morong Qingcheng and Shinjingqiu also heaved a sigh of relief. Humph, it's just a spirit ship. Do you really think I can't break it? The elder of the Five Elements Palace sneered, and slapped out with his Five Elements palm. This time he didn't hold back. The power of an invincible king instantly surged out. Clang, boom, boom. Terrifying energy blasted in all directions, and the black earth was annihilated once again. This time, that brat should be dead, right? That's for sure. Don't doubt the power of an invincible king. That's right. An invincible king wouldn't fail twice. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. However, when the light disappeared, they were dumbfounded, and their eyes almost popped out. Even the invincible king of the Five Elements Palace frowned. Nothing happened? The black spirit boat continued to float in the sky, and there wasn't even a single crack on it. Heavens, what exactly is that thing? Why is it so terrifying? Could it be that it belongs to a saint? No way. How could that brat have such a powerful treasure in his hands? That's impossible. Even if it doesn't belong to a saint, it's still an extremely terrifying treasure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand such a terrifying attack from an invincible king. Everyone was too shocked. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a treasure in his hands. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Shameless, truly too shameless. An invincible king, an elder who had lived for thousands of years, actually attacked him. Did he have any shame? Damn old bastard. One day, I will make you pay the price. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth. The dark red dragon outside stomped its feet and cursed loudly. Fuck. How shameless. Have you been living like a dog for the past thousands of years? How dare you attack a junior? Where's the face of the Five Elements Palace? That's right. Shameless Five Elements Palace. Shameless invincible king. The warriors of the Immortal Palace also roared angrily. They were too angry. The dark red dragon sneered again. It doesn't matter if you're shameless, but don't be slapped in the face. A dignified, invincible king couldn't even break a spirit boat. What a joke. Noisy. Where did this snake come from? Go to hell. The invincible king was furious. He slapped out again and teleported. Whoosh. The dark red dragon instantly disappeared. He directly opened the black jade platform and teleported out. When he reappeared, he had already returned to the black earth. Damn it, you want to kill me? Can you kill me? He had long established a formation on his body and the black earth. With a thought, he would immediately teleport over. That was why he was not afraid of the invincible king. Damn it, kid, kill him. Hurry up and kill him. I can't hold it in anymore. Use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to kill him. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian's face was also cold, but soon he raised a cold smile. Kill him? No, there was no need. Sometimes living was worse than death. Kid, what do you mean? The dark red dragon was stunned, but when he saw Lin Xian's eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 2591. That's for sure. Just wait and see. Lin Xian sneered. The next moment his cold voice sounded. Does it feel good to bully the young? Kid, you can't blame me for this. Blame yourself for being too weak. How dare you provoke my Five Elements Palace? That's the biggest mistake you've ever made. I'm weak? I'm an ant? If I'm an ant, then what is your Five Elements saying after I killed him? Trash among the ants? It turns out that the saint of your palace is such a trash. As soon as he said that, the martial artists of Immortal Palace all laughed. Even Morong Qingcheng and Shinjingqiu in the distance couldn't help but laugh until they bent over. This kid is too good at talking. The surrounding people were shocked, and some gritted their teeth. Humph, what's so great about that? No matter what he said, he was no match for an invincible king. It would be easy for an invincible king to kill him. If a saint didn't appear, an invincible king would be a peak existence. Even the current saints and saintesses couldn't defeat them. It couldn't be helped because they were too young. One had to know that these invincible kings were all saints and saintesses thousands of years ago. However, they had grown up for 1,000 or 2,000 years and finally became invincible kings. Bang! The invincible king of Five Elements Palace attacked again. It was another terrifying fist. It blasted towards the black earth and sent it flying again. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood were also boiling. The two of them almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the fuck? This guy is really too much of a bully. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. Kid, aren't you very capable? Why are you hiding in the spirit ship? Come out. I can slap you to death with one palm. Outside, the invincible king's voice was cold. The disciples of Five Elements Palace also sneered. Damn, kid, come out. That's right. Aren't you very arrogant? Where's the momentum you had when you killed our saint? Trash, you're dead. Clamoring voices could be heard. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? You're looking forward to me making a move, aren't you? Then as you wish. Having said that, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. He took out the treasures he obtained from the tomb and gave them to Hey. Tuesday Black Earth poured them into the formation. The formation operated and converted these natural treasures into energy for the Black Earth battleship. Hey 2, don't attack that invincible king. Target the ordinary disciples of the Five Elements Palace and attack them fiercely. Didn't he like to look down on others and bully the weak? Didn't he like to flaunt his seniority? I'll let him have a taste of what it means to fight the weak with the strong. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. The dark red divine dragon's eyes lit up as it listened. Brat, this plan of yours is pretty good. Indeed, using the Black Earth to bombard an invincible king might not be able to deal much damage to the invincible king. However, if he were to attack those ordinary disciples, it would be a different story. Boom! The Black Earth launched an attack. A black beam of light flew out like a black demonic spear and pierced through the void. The light was fast and sudden. It instantly hit the disciples of the Five Elements Palace. The intense light exploded. A black sphere swept in all directions and enveloped the disciples of the Five Elements Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, miserable screams rang out. Bones and blood splattered everywhere. The martial artists of the Five Elements Palace couldn't resist at all. They exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it! Run quickly! The surrounding martial artists also screamed crazily. They fled in all directions. However, they couldn't escape at all. This attack was simply too terrifying. Therefore, in addition to the Five Elements Palace, the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, and the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground were also affected. Quite a number of people were killed by the energy waves. Ah, damn brat, I'm going to kill you. In the sky, the invincible king of the Five Elements Palace was completely enraged. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, he formed a light shadow and enveloped the remaining people of the Five Elements Palace. His lungs were about to explode from anger. Lin Xian sneered. Why, don't you like the feeling of beating the weak? Now this feeling is being used on you. Does it feel good? You die. The invincible king's expression was distorted. The people around him felt their scalps go numb as they retreated. Inside the Black Earth, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon smiled when they saw this scene. Ha ha! The other party was finally angry. Great, he wanted to make the other party angry. So what? Even if the other party was an invincible king, they weren't afraid. With the Black Earth, the other party couldn't break in. What they wanted was the other party to go crazy and worry about not being able to kill them. In the sky, the invincible king of the Five Elements palace roared and attacked crazily. The energy wave completely annihilated the Black Earth. However, the final result left him dumbfounded. Because the Black Earth wasn't damaged at all, there wasn't even a crack. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Fellow Taoist, let me help you. This should be a very special ancient treasure. It's a waste in this kid's hands. Take it and make it my spirit ship. In the sky, a few more powerful figures descended. Buzz, after the invincible king of the Five Elements palace appeared, the invincible king of the 1,000 lightning sage also appeared. The 9 firmament divine emperor also came. The Yin-Yang sect also sent one. The 4 invincible kings stood in the sky, completely freezing the space around Lin Xian. The entire sky was completely shattered. If Lin Xian wasn't in the Black Earth, his body would have been torn apart by now. Even in the Black Earth, it was still fiercely attacked and kept rolling in the sky. However, the Black Earth was left behind by the successor of the Great Dragon Sword after all. It could definitely withstand the attacks of the invincible kings. However, Lin Xian's current situation was really bad, being targeted by so many invincible kings. If the Black Earth ran out of energy, it would be troublesome. The others naturally saw this scene. Immortal Palace, elderly Xing Tian, and the others gritted their teeth in anger. Pung pung pung. Lin Xian threw in a large number of divine crystals, and the Black Earth blasted out a few more black rays of light. Immediately, the ordinary disciples of the 1,000 lightning sage land, Yin-Yang sect, and 9 firmament divine emperor screamed. A large number of martial artists were directly killed. Seeing this scene, the faces of the 4 invincible kings in the sky turned green. They had displayed such powerful strength, but the other party was still able to fight back. He could even kill their disciples. This was unbearable. Everyone, don't waste any more time. Let's work together. We must take down this kid. The aura of the 4 of them continued to rise. They even took out their weapons. The space within a radius of millions of miles froze. No one dared to stay here. Kid, go to hell. Chapter 2592. Boom. Pung. A world-shaking explosion of energy. Terrifying palms covered the sky and covered the sun. They pressed down, wanting to destroy everything. However, an even more terrifying power came from the void, directly shattering the 4 invincible palms. At the same time, an ice-cold voice sounded. Who dares to attack my immortal palace's master? Kill without mercy. The ice-cold voice carried terrifying killing intent, engulfing the 9 heavens. The air within millions of li shattered once again. What? Did reinforcements arrive again? Unparalleled experts had arrived. When the warriors in the distance saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. In the sky, the 4 invincible kings also frowned. They looked at the black vortex in front of them. Who was it? Get out here. The black vortex slowly disappeared, and an old man appeared in the void. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a blue Taoist robe that had been washed until it was white. However, no one dared to look down on him. Although the Taoist robe didn't release light, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Extremely mysterious runes flowed on it. This was a treasure. It's me. An ice-cold voice sounded from the old man's mouth. I am Immortal Palace's second protector. What? Second protector? Immortal Palace's protector came again? In the distance, Those people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 invincible kings in the sky also frowned. However, soon he revealed a trace of a sneer. A mere invincible king wants to contend against the 4 of us? Aren't you a bit too confident? Humph. Then what if I'm included? Another ice-cold voice sounded. Immediately after, behind the second protector, a figure stood out. Another invincible king. Everyone cried out in shock, but this wasn't the end. After the second one, a third one, and a fourth one also quickly appeared. The second protector's lips curled into a sneer. Did I say that I came alone? In the end, the 5 protectors all descended, crushing a region of the sky. 5 Elements Palace and the other 4 invincible kings' expressions became incomparably ugly. 5 invincible kings, one more than their side. How were they supposed to fight? You like to bully with numbers. Now, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to bully with numbers. The second protector roared angrily. Then the 5 invincible kings charged over. A great collision occurred between heaven and earth. 9 invincible kings were fighting in the air. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian instantly controlled the black earth to fly backwards. The others retreated as well. Right now, there was no place for anyone to stay within a radius of 20 million li. Therefore, the invincible kings quickly sent messages to their saints and saintesses to bring their disciples back, because it was too dangerous now. After the incident with Lin Xian, they were extremely careful. If an enemy's sacred ground sent invincible kings to kill their saints and saintesses, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. After receiving the news, the Chosens hurriedly opened the teleportation gate. Now that things had developed to this point, it had already exceeded their imagination. Now, even the weakest ones were invincible kings taking action. There were even saint corpses fighting. Terrifying energy erupted between heaven and earth. Most of it was the power of saint fragments. Although the holy sons and holy daughters were also young geniuses, they could not interfere at all. Not to mention them. Even those elders were unable to interfere. It was very dangerous for them to stay here. They might as well leave as soon as possible. One figure after another quickly retreated. Brother Lin, we're leaving. We'll meet again if fate wills it. No flower. Yi Wudao, and the others bid farewell. Lin Xian also waved at them. Lin Xian, Morong Qingcheng, and Shen Jingqiu were also reluctant to part. Lin Xian said telepathically, "Don't worry, I'll look for you after this incident passes." When the 2 of them heard this, they smiled. They followed their respective elders and quickly left. Lin Xian also gathered Xing Tian, elderly Peacock, and the others. They opened the teleportation gate and returned to Starry Hall. Damn it! When the people of 5 Elements Palace, Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, and Tai Dynasty saw Lin Xian retreat, they all roared like crazy. This was the best opportunity to kill the other party, but they did not expect him to escape. Moreover, what made them even angrier was that they were now at a disadvantage. Immortal Palace had sent out 6 invincible kings. It could be said that they were suppressing one side. Moreover, the other party's foundation was very strong, and they had endless trump cards in their hands. In an instant, 5 Elements Palace and Tai Dynasty were forced to retreat. Whoosh! They were finally back. The world spun, and after endless darkness, Lin Xian and the others returned to the Starry Hall. It was still very quiet and peaceful here. It had nothing to do with the battle outside. "Palace Master, you're back." When the martial artists saw Lin Xian and the others return, they quickly went up. From now on, collect information from outside at all times, especially information about this battle. Also, report to me every day about the whereabouts of the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Lin Xian instructed. The martial artists under him quickly responded. Lin Xian turned to look at Peacock and the others again. "You've worked hard. Go back and rest. When you're well rested, go. and receive your corresponding rewards. Yes, thank you, Palace Master. Peacock and the others were delighted. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were even more curious. Later, he waved his hand and asked them to leave. He said to Xing Tian, elderly, and the others again, the elders should also go and rest. Next, Lin Xian returned to Starry Hall. After returning, the dark red divine dragon also walked out of the black earth. Its body swayed as it ate. Damn, those invincible kings were too despicable. Although it was separated by the black earth, it was still very painful. Lin Xian directly through a storage room to the dark red divine dragon. From now on, I'm going to go into seclusion. You'd better go into seclusion to break through. Lin Xian's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. Although he was now a mid-7 star, it was not enough to face powerless kings. He had to quickly break through and be able to compete with invincible kings as soon as possible, because he felt that it was getting more and more dangerous. Next, Lin Xian began to go into seclusion. This time, after experiencing so many battles, he had countless insights in his heart. Moreover, the harvest this time was too bountiful. There were so many natural treasures, enough for him to absorb continuously. This time, Lin Xian went into seclusion for a year. Chapter 2593. However, Lin Xian was still in seclusion, so they couldn't send the news in. They could only leave it outside the hall. They would wait for Lin Xian to come out of seclusion before watching. In fact, there was no need for them to investigate. The entire Middle Ground was talking about this matter. Not only Middle Ground, but Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Northern Plains, Southern Border, and the 5 continents of the world were all talking about this matter. That was because what had happened this time was simply too shocking. How many thousands of years had it been since so many invincible kings participated in the battle? It was a truly earth-shattering battle. Countless territories sank, seas of blood floated, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. In fact, the corpses of 2 saints were also fighting. Once the saints' nomological powers were unleashed, it created a new world. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. It could be said to be a catastrophe. Countless territories and cities were reduced to ashes in this battle. This battle had been going on for a year. The battle was not over yet. Every day, there would be people injured and leave, and new powerhouses would join the battle. It continued. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. In this half a year, the battle became even more intense. Many living fossils even came out of seclusion to fight for it. It couldn't be helped. The Yuhua immortal robe was too mysterious. It was rumored that it could bring the dead back to life, and it seemed to have been proven. A saint who had been dead for tens of thousands of years was actually breathing and could still fight. This undoubtedly proved the mystery of the Yuhua immortal robe. If these living fossils could obtain it, they might really be able to live forever. Among the endless mountains, the mountain peaks stood tall like giant swords that pierced into the clouds. On the highest mountain peak, a group of people appeared there. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were powerful. Even a glance could penetrate the void. There was a man wearing golden armor, standing on the peak of the mountain with his hands behind his back. He looked into the distance, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Behind him stood dozens of figures. There were old and young, but without exception, their auras were all very powerful. At this moment, they stood respectfully behind the golden-armored man, as if waiting. At this moment, a living fossil spoke. "Warlord, don't wait any longer. The Yuhua immortal robe is extremely rare. We must snatch it. Perhaps with it, our war race can truly appear on the ground again." War race? This group of people were actually from the war race. As for the middle-aged man before them, he was the war clan's current clan chief. Hearing the words, Yuhua, immortal robe, the battle master's eyes lit up. He naturally wanted to possess such a peerless treasure. After pondering for a moment, the battle master spoke in a low voice. This time, I will personally take action. What, Battle Lord, are you going to personally take action? The elders behind him were shocked beyond words. It had been many years since the battle master had made a move. Who would have thought that he would make a move himself this time? However, on second thought, it did make sense. The Yuhua immortal robe was such a magical item that even their battle masters would be tempted by it. Among them, quite a few elders laughed. With a war master personally taking action, this was definitely an easy task. The war master nodded. Then his gaze turned unusually cold. What about Shanji? Was she killed? The faces of the elders behind him also darkened. Shanji was a genius of their war clan. She possessed an atavistic bloodline. It could be said that she was someone they nurtured with everything they had. However, he was actually killed by someone. His body and soul were destroyed, and not even a trace of his soul escaped. This drove them mad. They swore that no matter who it was, they would not forgive anyone who dared to kill the war concubine. When the war concubine was killed, many people saw it. That was why, after asking around a bit, these people from the war clan knew who the culprit was. However, when they obtained the culprit, these people could no longer remain calm. All of them about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian, it was Lin Xian again. This name was definitely not unfamiliar to them. It was because this fella not only killed the war concubine, but also their golden lion king before. Their two heavenly geniuses were both killed by the other party. How could they tolerate this? Bring that person back. Regardless of whether he is some immortal palace master or something else, he must be brought back. I want him to kneel before my war clan and receive the world's cruelest punishment. The battle master's voice was exceptionally cold. Yes, battle master, do not worry, we will do it right away. Behind him, those elders respectfully agreed. Among them, a man even knelt on one knee in midair. Battle master, do not worry, I will definitely personally bring that brat back. This man was precisely Zhang Wuhan. Previously, he had tried to kill Lin Xian once, but the other party escaped. He did not expect that the other party would kill one of their war clan's heavenly geniuses. This time, he would definitely not let the other party go. And the battle master nodded. This time, there could not be any mishaps. Therefore, apart from Wuhan, the other three should also take action. The four of you war kings should take action together and bring that brat back. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The four war kings were the four most powerful people in their war clan. Any one of them would be able to dominate a region in the outside world. At this moment, the four of them were taking action just to capture a brat. They did not dare believe it. Thinking about it, the battle master must be extremely angry. However, when they thought about it, they also gnashed their teeth, wishing that they could tear the other party into pieces. Yes, Zhang Wuhan respectfully agreed. Beside him, three figures also walked out. None of their auras were weaker than his. They were the four war kings. The people of the war clan were relieved. With the four war kings taking action, the other party would definitely not be able to escape. On the other side, in the Stellar Hall, at the entrance of the hall, scrolls were piled up one after another. Each scroll represented a new piece of news from the outside world. At this moment, they were piled up like a mountain. On this day, there was finally a change in the Stellar Hall. A terrifying power erupted like a flash flood. Above the Stellar Hall, a huge vortex appeared. Countless amounts of spiritual energy instantly surged from the vortex into the Stellar Hall. This scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people soared into the air, and looked into the distance. It was the stellar hall. Could it be that the palace master was breaking through? That must be it. Heavens, this was too heaven-defying, right? How long had it been since the palace master broke through? Now he was breaking through? What do you know? The palace master's harvest this time was extremely bountiful. There were so many heavenly treasures, and the palace master's shocking talent. Thinking about it, he would definitely be able to break through. Many immortal palace martial artists became excited, especially the person who entered the ancient tomb with Lin Xian. He was extremely excited. That was because after returning from the ancient tomb, they had already treated Lin Xian as their idol. There was no helping it. The glory that Lin Xian displayed in the ancient tomb was too shocking. Even the people of the Peacock clan were deeply impressed. In the sky, the huge vortex lasted for about half a day. The surging power became stronger and stronger. At the 9th time, it reached a peak. Chapter 2594. Immediately after, the energy that filled the sky receded like the tide. The terrifying sword shadow also slowly dissipated. The door of the starry hall opened once again. A figure walked out of the cave. He was young, flamboyant, and his eyes were as deep as the stars. His red robe was burning like a raging fire. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, he had a smile on his face. After a year and a half of seclusion, coupled with countless natural treasures, he finally had a breakthrough. At this moment, he had reached the late 7-star king realm. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, if he were to face a genius with an atavistic bloodline like the Zhangji, it would not be so troublesome to kill her. He could easily kill the other party. This was because his strength had increased greatly after advancing a level. More importantly, the great dragon sword soul had awakened even further. His combat strength had skyrocketed. Ordinary saints were no match for him at all. Whether the top ones could fight him or not depended on whether they had made a breakthrough in the past year and a half. If they had made a breakthrough and kept up with his pace, then they could naturally fight him. However, if they had not made a breakthrough, then they might not be Lin Xian's match. In a magnificent hall of the Yi family, Yi Wudao opened his eyes. The golden light on his body was very dazzling, and a hazy golden shadow appeared in front of him. He had finally reached the late 7-star realm. Yi Wudao walked out of the hall. As soon as he appeared, his body emitted a dazzling light, attracting the members of the Yi family. Wudao, you've made a breakthrough. The elders of the Yi family were overjoyed. Leaf Daodenier nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Compared to before, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Moreover, his bloodline power had become more condensed. The current him was much stronger than before. He looked up at the sky, his eyes flickering. He wondered if those people had made a breakthrough. The people he was talking about were naturally Lin Xian, the Alcade Saint Gu Santong, the prince of the Great Xia, and the others. In the endless starry sky of the Gu family, a figure appeared. His face was very pale, as if he was ill. However, his eyes were incomparably deep. This person was Gu Santong. After a year and a half of cultivation, he had also broken through. He was not the only one. Most of the others had broken through as well. That was because those who came back alive from this trip to the ancient tomb were all full of rewards. The harvest was very bountiful. This was especially true for top geniuses like Yi Wudao and Gu Santong. Among them, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, No Flower, Murong Qingchen, Shen Jingxiu, and the others had all broken through and advanced to the next realm. Demon Imperial Palace. Hua Tiandu had also broken through. Yan Ruyu's aura had become even more mysterious. No one knew whether or not Yan Ryu had broken through. However, when the people of the Demon Imperial Palace saw Yan Ryu, they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship her. In the past, they also had such feelings, but they were not as strong. But this time, they felt that they really couldn't control themselves and wanted to kneel down. It was too terrifying. These experts from the Demon Lord Hall trembled violently. They stared at Yenryu with respect. Even Hu Tiandu's expression became somewhat grave. He also felt a pressure coming from his bloodline. He couldn't help but be shocked. On the other side, Yin Yang sect. The Yin Yang saint walked out of a 10,000-foot tall pagoda. His entire body emitted Yin Yang qi, like a black and white sun shining in the sky. As soon as he appeared, he threw his head back and laughed ferociously. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is your match, the new Jiuxiao Seiko said with a smile. The Taishan saint waved his hand and kept the guqin. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the clouds, and sighed. You have underestimated those people. Do you think that I'm the only one who has broken through to become an 8-star king? What? Hearing this, the people in the celestial palace were stunned. Then they said, that's impossible. I've already asked around. Even Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others have only broken through to the late-stage 7-star king. The Yi family and the Gu family were both clans of the ancients. Their bloodlines were so terrifying, but none of them had broken through to become an 8-star king. Chapter 2595. The Taishan saint shook his head. It seems like you really just became a saint and don't understand it at all. At this point, the suppression of one's cultivation was of great use. However, you mustn't underestimate the Yi and Gu families. Once their bloodline power erupts, the power is far beyond your imagination. Therefore, even though I've broken through and become an 8-star king, I still don't have full confidence against someone like Yi Wudao. In fact, 50% confidence is already very good. What? Is Yi Wudao so powerful? That person was shocked. He didn't expect that the Taishan saint, who was a realm higher than the other party, would only have a 50% chance of winning. This was too much of a shock to his understanding. Moreover, it's not just Yi Wudao who has to be careful. I think there's someone who should have become an 8-star king. Who is it? The people in the Immortal Palace were very curious. The Taishan saint's eyes gradually became focused, like two divine swords piercing through the void. He said in a deep voice, Wavering Light Saint, Wavering Light Saint, are you saying that the Wavering Light Saint has also become an 8-star king? The figure in the Immortal Palace exclaimed in disbelief. The Taishan saint said in a deep voice, Although I have not confirmed it, according to my guess, the possibility should be above 80%, more than an 80% chance. The people in the Immortal Palace fell silent, since the other party had said so. Then there was a high chance that the Wavering Light Saint had already broken through to the 8-star king realm. Thinking of this, he fell silent. He was still only a mid-7-star. He was far behind these people. After pondering for a long time, he asked again, What about that Lin Xian? What do you think of him? According to my guess, he should have also broken through. Because his harvest this time was too rich, but it was impossible for him to break through to the 8-star king realm. Because time was too short, he should also be a late-stage 7-star king. The Taishan saint's son said in a low voice. However, he could not be underestimated. His swordsmanship is very strange. Although he doesn't have bloodline power, I have a feeling that there's a supreme treasure in his body. However, I still don't understand what it is. Damn it, as long as this guy is alive, he will always be a threat. The person in the Immortal Palace had a worried look. I have just become a Jiuxiao Seiko. With the relationship between our 9-night holy land and the other party, there will definitely be a great battle. At that time, I will have no choice but to stand up for him. However, I'm no match for him right now. Don't worry, you don't need to do anything. He killed 2 of the war race's geniuses, so the war race won't let him go. Also, I don't think the Yin-Yang sect will let him go either. It had to be said that he had provoked too many forces. Indeed, the war race definitely wouldn't let him go. The new Jiuxiao Seiko sneered. As long as the war race took action, he could sit back and relax. On the other side, Starry Hall. After Lin Xian came out, he began to look at the mountain of information at the door. After his strength had increased, his soul power had also increased by a level. Now, his soul power was very close to Invincible King level. Not only that, but his combat power was also very close. If he attacked with his full strength, killing a late-stage 8-star king was not a problem for him. With a thought, Lin Xian understood all the information. Then he frowned. It had been a year and a half, but the war was still going on. Not only did it not weaken, but it became more and more intense. The various living fossils, elders, and even the sect master had taken action, and the corpses of the 2 sages were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only did their energy not weaken, but it also recovered faster. In fact, it even sucked dozens of Earth's spirit veins dry. This shocked everyone. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. If these 2 sages were really resurrected, they would probably be in danger. No matter how many invincible kings there were, it would not be enough. Unless the sages of the other sacred grounds took action, they might not be able to subdue them. He wondered how the 6 great protectors were doing. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The 6 great protectors of the Immortal Palace had also gone to search for the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Even the old palace master had taken action. Forget it. Let's not think about this. Lin Xian shook his head. These were too far away for him. He had just broken through and consumed half of the resources in his hands. He did not absorb the rest immediately because he had just broken through, and it was not suitable for him to go into seclusion. He planned to go out for a walk and refine the realm he had just entered. However, before he went out, he still had one more thing to do. He called out the dark red divine dragon. Previously, there were 2 things in the bronze treasure box. One was the jade seal that opened the coffin of the sage, and the other was a piece of beast skin. At that time, it was snatched by the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian and the others did not have time to watch the various battles and life and death situations. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion. Therefore, this thing had always been in his hands, and he had never seen it. Now that he had time, he called out the dark red divine dragon, and the 2 of them prepared to study it together. The dark red divine dragon also came out of seclusion. He had also broken through to the late-stage 7-star king realm. His cultivation was the same as Lin Xian's, and his strength was about the same. This surprised the dark red divine dragon. His current strength was about the same as when he was at his peak. Although he was still a little short, he thought that he would be able to fully recover soon. At that time, he would be able to command the wind and clouds. "Kid, why are you looking for me? Do you want to exchange a few blows?" Having just broken through, the dark red divine dragon was very excited. He really wanted to find someone to fight. Therefore, he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Stop fooling around. I have something serious to talk to you about." As he said that, he took out the beast skin. "Do you still remember this? Are you talking about the treasure you got from the bronze treasure box?" "Why don't I remember? I was the one who snatched it." The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on his face. Then he waved his dragon claws and grabbed the beast skin again. Then he opened it. "Let me see what kind of treasure is in there. Do you think it's a sage's cultivation method?" The sage's cultivation method was very terrifying. It had already surpassed the heaven-grade cultivation method. If they could get it, It would be of great help to their own strength. However, after opening it, the two of them frowned. There was indeed something on it. There were strange runes, but they did not recognize them. Damn it! Why are these runes so similar to the runes on the walls of the sage's ancient tomb? This should be an extremely ancient language that we can't understand at all. The dark red, divine dragon sighed. He could recognize the ancient language. However, this was not an ancient language. This was even more complicated than the ancient language. Damn it, what era is this language from? Ancient? Ancient? He had no idea. In fact, he even suspected that it was an immortal pattern. Last time, he fought with him. At that time, he was only an early-stage 7-star king, and the other party was a mid-stage 8-star powerhouse. In that battle, he used many trump cards and even unlocked the Saint's Handbone. However, the other party was still able to block it. If not for Xia Juyo, he would really be in danger. But now, that might not be the case. In a short 3 years, she had become a late-stage 7-star king. Now he could even kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Therefore, when he met Zhang Wuhan again, he wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he was a little excited. He was looking forward to it. He was going to kill this person with his own hands. It was actually him. It was someone from the war tribe again. Damned war clan, they really are like ghosts that won't disperse. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. He discovered that the other party came alone. This guy from the war tribe was really arrogant. He actually came alone. Oh, no, there was also a big bird. He looked forward. Under Zhang Wuhan's feet, there was a golden rock. It spread its wings and flew over quickly. The golden rock spread its wings. It was thousands of meters long, like a golden mountain flying in the sky. Although it was big, its speed could be said to be very fast, like lightning. In an instant, it brought Zhang Wuhan to Lin Xian's vicinity. Kid, it's really you? Zhang Wuhan stood on the golden rock. He looked into the distance and sneered. Their war tribes 4 great war kings searched from the east, west, north, and south. This time, they definitely wouldn't let the other party go. Zhang Wuhan didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually encountered the other party. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly chased over. He didn't immediately send a message to the other 3 war kings because he felt that with his strength it would be easy to kill the other party. This was because he had already investigated clearly. Immortal Palace's 6 great protectors had gone to search for the Yuhua Immortal Robe. Immortal Palace's old palace master, Xia Juyo, had also gone. This time, no one would come to save the other party. He wanted to personally capture the other party and bring him back. He wanted to let the other party know the consequences of going against his war tribe. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and accept your death. Your trump card is useless against me. You have a saint's fragment, but so do I. Zhang Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back. He stood on the golden rock like a war god. Unstoppable. He looked ahead disdainfully, not putting Lin Xian in his eyes at all. This was because he had already seen Lin Xian's trump card last time. He could completely deal with it. Last time, if not for Xia Juyo, he would have killed the other party long ago. Kneel down and accept your death. You really think highly of yourself. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The current me is no longer the strength of 3 years ago. This time, the one who will be killed will be you. His body emitted a biting cold sword intent. The one who will be killed will be me? Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan sneered disdainfully. Kid, you're dreaming. I know that you had some fortuitous encounters in the saint's ancient tomb, but do you think that a short 3 years can make up for the distance between us? You're too naive. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Not to mention 3 years. You won't be my match even in 300 years. Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly, his body also emitting a terrifying aura. He didn't think that the other party could defeat him. Even with the snake beside him, they weren't his match. This was because the golden-winged rock under his feet wasn't just a mount. It was also an extremely terrifying demon king. Chapter 2597. Buzz. As expected, the golden rock flapped its wings and formed a terrifying golden storm. A terrifying power swept out from its body. Zhan Wuhan's body also surged with a terrifying aura. A golden spear appeared in his hand, emitting a dazzling light. Kill! With a furious roar, he thrust out his spear. It was like a golden dragon flying out. The golden rock under his feet also cooperated with him and quickly attacked. In an instant, Lin Xian was completely enveloped. Light tore through the clouds, and a terrifying power pierced through the void. One ruffian dragon each. Lin Xian's body glowed with sword light. The dragon sword field enveloped him and blocked the terrifying power. And Hong, who was at the side, also laughed. All right, I'll roast this golden rock. As he spoke, he charged over. A dragon claw covered the sky and pressed down from the sky. This time, the dragon claw surged with blood chi. It was as if it could split the sky and the earth. Humph! Zhan Wuhan's body swayed. He left the golden rock and flew toward Lin Xian. He did not care about the dark red dragon because he believed that his golden rock could definitely kill it. He only needed to capture this kid in front of him. Buzz. Roar. The golden rock roared. Its golden wings were like heavenly blades. They shone brightly and directly resisted the dragon claw. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. The two beasts fought. On the other side, Lin Xian and Zhan Wuhan were also fighting. The ancient dragon abyss sword and the golden battle spear collided. Light danced in the sky, and the void was completely pierced through. Countless sword lights circled around him. Seeing that his opponent could block his attack, Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly. Kid, you've indeed become stronger. Is this what gives you the right to be so arrogant? You're too naive. I haven't even used my full strength. As he spoke, the golden light in his hand became stronger. An even more terrifying power spread out. Is that so? I haven't used my full strength either. Lin Xian snorted as well. The sword chi on his body shone brighter. Boom. With a dragon roar, the dragon sword's soul completely exploded. A terrifying sword light tore through the sky. The moment this sword chi appeared, Zhan Wuhan's pupils constricted. His expression changed. This sword chi was so powerful. Damn it, how could this brat's strength become so strong? He was simply too shocked because the current Lin Xian was several times stronger than the one he had seen 3 years ago. This was something he didn't dare to imagine. It should be known that every time one reached the level of Almighty or Peerless Almighty, it would take hundreds of years. He might not even succeed. Yet, in just 3 short years, the other party had actually improved so much. How did this kid do it? Zhan Wuhan gritted his teeth. So, what if you've become stronger? I will not be defeated. He had complete confidence in himself. His cultivation was higher than the other parties, and in terms of talent and bloodline, he was superior to the other party. He didn't believe that the other party could surpass his level and defeat him. Kill! Wuhan Zhan roared. Countless rays of light appeared on his body, forming a battle diagram. This was the power of his bloodline. As soon as he activated it, a terrifying power surged out, containing a mysterious might. Buzz. The bloodline battle diagram floated out of Wuhan Zhan's body and rolled in the sky. It was as if a blood-red world had descended upon the human world. There were many mysterious and terrifying runes on it. They flickered in the sky and pressed down on Lin Xian. 5 elements sword, 5 elements as one. Lin Xian waved his sword, and the five elements sword flew out in the sky and intertwined, forming a terrifying five elements sword light. It slashed towards the sky. The five elements sword was extremely terrifying, in addition to the power of Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul. It was truly capable of slaying gods and Buddhas. In an instant, it collided with the terrifying bloodline battle diagram. The collision of the two was earth-shattering. At the same time, Lin Xian waved his left hand and took out Flower Protector. He shook it gently, and a corner of the seal was lifted. A terrifying demonic sound pierced through the seal. This sound was too terrifying. Not only did it impact a martial artist's body, but it could also harm their soul. Buzz, Zhan Wuhan's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The blood in his body was boiling, and he felt as if his body was about to explode. Damn it, what is this thing? He looked at the octagonal bell in the sky, and in the next moment, he exclaimed, "Get lost!" With a furious roar, the bloodline power in his body quickly bloomed, forming a blood-colored pagoda that enveloped his body. However, Flower Protector was refined by a sage, and it was a peerless weapon. Although only a small part of it had been lifted, it was not that easy to resist. As expected, although Zhan Wuhan had used the bloodline pagoda, it was still difficult for him to resist. Buzz, the five seals on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword were lifted, and its power skyrocketed. The terrifying ancient Dragon Abyss sword transformed into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long and descended from the sky. Not good. Zhan Wuhan's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly waved his golden spear in front of him to block. With a clang, the golden spear kept trembling, and Zhan Wuhan's arm went numb. His arm was broken. His entire body was pushed back continuously, shattering the void. Bang, bang. He only stopped after retreating for a few thousand miles. At this moment, he was in a sorry state, and his hair was disheveled. Both his arms were broken, and blood stained his armor. Crack, crack, crack. His bloodline power surged, and his arms grew back. Zhan Wuhan roared at the sky. "Ah, damn thief, I'm going to kill you." He swore that he would kill Lin Fan and only bring his soul back. He was simply too furious. Thinking back, he had vowed solemnly that the other party would definitely not be a match for him. But now, in an instant, he was severely injured, and Lin Fan was unharmed. He could not believe it, and he could not accept it. "Kid, you've completely angered me. I'll show you my true power." Zhan Wuhan's black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body kept rolling. Rumble! The sky split open, and dark clouds covered the surroundings. An endless sea of blood surged. Buzz! A blood-colored steel descended from the sky. This blood-colored steel was thousands of feet tall, and it was covered with mysterious runes. It emitted a powerful aura. The moment it appeared, the sky within a few million miles was completely dyed red. Countless seas of blood floated in the sky, and it even rained blood. The ground was instantly dyed red. "You're just an ant. How can you fight against the war tribe? Now, go to hell for me." Zhan Wuhan stood in the sky, looking down like a demon king. He waved his hand, and the blood-colored steel in the sky quickly pressed down. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Nothing could stop it. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This blood-colored steel was too much of a threat to him. Moreover, the runes on it rotated, making him feel like his body was being sealed. This blood-colored steel had a suppressive effect. The space around him froze, and he could not move at all. He even felt that his blood and soul were about to be suppressed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword chi rushed out of his body, rushing in all directions. He wanted to break through space and escape this place. However, the surrounding sea of blood wrapped tightly around the sword lights, swallowing them. Chapter 2598. Brat, don't waste your energy struggling. This blood-colored sky steel is not something you can imagine. You can't fight it. Indeed, the blood-colored steel was his bloodline ability. It was extremely terrifying. It could even kill someone with a higher cultivation level than him, not to mention a kid with a lower cultivation level than him. The blood-colored steel suppressed everything and enveloped Lin Xian. You want to suppress me with a mere steel? What a joke. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. Chaotic sky, destroyer sword, sky shattering. With a slash of the sword, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. This sword slashed onto the blood-colored steel, and a shocking collision occurred. The blood-colored steel stopped descending. It was blocked by the long sword. Not only that, but a crack appeared on the steel and spread in all directions. More and more cracks appeared. With a final boom, the blood-colored steel exploded. What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the sky. Zhang Wuhan's pupils constricted. He did not expect his blood-colored steel to be broken just like that. He could not believe it. Damn it. He quickly dodged because Lin Xian once again brandished his sword and charged over. With a slash, the long sword landed on his armor, producing a clanking sound. His armor was cut open. Blood even oozed out from his shoulder. Whoosh! Blood dyed the sky red. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. That was because that sword strike was truly too terrifying. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually hurt Zhang Wuhan. Zhang Wuhan was also shocked. He had never expected to be hurt by his opponent. He roared, "Get lost!" The terrifying fist seemed to have turned into a starry sky as it charged toward Lin Xian. Bang! The ancient dragon abyss sword was sent flying. Bang! 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 Lin Xian also kept retreating. The blood in his body was boiling. He had to admit that Zhang Wuhan was very powerful. He was definitely a peerless battle monarch. Even a late-stage 8-star monarch would not be able to suppress him. However, Lin Xian was fearless. No matter how strong his opponent was, he could kill him today. He would not let his opponent leave. Kill! With a furious roar, Lin Xian's long sword soared through the air. The shadow of a dragon appeared beneath his feet, roaring in the void. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword Qi slashed forward towards Zhang Wuhan. Wang! Bloodline power appeared on Zhang Wuhan's body. The blood-red battle map wrapped around his body. He held the golden spear in his hand and swung it around. Boom! Boom! The two of them continuously clashed, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The two of them used all of their strength, killing until the heavens and earth lost their color. Roar! After the two of them exchanged 300 moves, a miserable shriek suddenly rang out. Then a violent demonic aura rolled out. Noticing this change, Traceless War's expression changed. Not good. He turned to look into the distance. The golden-winged Great Peng's body was cut in half. Its body, which was nearly 1,000 meters long, split open. Blood turned into a sea of blood that surged in the sky. Large amounts of feathers fell, piercing through the void. Damn it, how is this possible? Wuhan Zhan was stunned. His golden-winged rock was a peerless demon king. It was also a heaven and earth variant. It was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to hurt him. But now, he was actually killed by someone. Damn it, what the hell was that snake? He realized that everything related to Lin Xian was so strange. The golden-winged Great Peng wailed. Its broken body wanted to recover. However, the dark red dragon would not give it a chance. He opened his mouth and spat out flames that covered the broken body. The golden-winged great Pum screamed. Its body emitted the fragrance of roasted meat. The dark red dragon threw its head back and laughed. Ha! I haven't eaten roasted golden pung in a long time. I'll have a good meal today. Damn snake, go to hell for me. Wu Hanzhan was furious. He threw a punch. That was his mount. How could he allow it to be killed? However, his fist was blocked halfway. Lin Xian's sword slashed through the void. Your opponent is me. Damn it, Wu Hanzhan roared. A blood-red light bloomed on his body. The blood-red battle map floated out again. He grabbed it in his hand, as if it was holding a world. He threw it forward. Boom, 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 boom. The two collided. The scene was too terrifying. The blood-red world seemed to exist as it shattered the void. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. It wanted to refine Lin Xian into a pool of blood. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand and transformed into a giant dragon. He soared into the sky and collided with the blood-red world. Boom, 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 boom. The blood-red world collapsed. Wu Hanzhan roared. His entire body merged into the blood-red battle map. His body turned into a battle map. The battle map stabilized. Not only that, but its power also increased exponentially. Die, brat. At this moment, Wu Hanzhan activated his bloodline power to the extreme. Lin Xian also roared. He let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. He merged with the great dragon sword soul, and their huge bodies collided with each other nonstop. Not only that, but he also released terrifying sword chi. The entire world was shattering. Boom. The blood-red world crashed into Lin Xian. He vomited blood and was sent flying. However, Lin Xian's sword chi hit the blood-red battle map. Wu Hanzhan also vomited blood. His body had been pierced through. 3 terrifying sword chis pierced through his body, nailing him to the void. Wu Hanzhan screamed. He let out a sizzling sound as he refined the blood-red sword chi. On the other side, Lin Xian also stabilized his body. He destroyed all the blood-red aura on his body. The sharp light in his eyes became even brighter. Kill, kill. 2 furious roars rang out. The two of them fought fiercely again. Streaks of dragon star sword chi shot into the sky from Lin Xian's body. On the other side, Wu Hanzhan also dragged the blood-red world and fought fiercely. Neither of them used their saint's fragments. They knew that it would be useless even if they used them. Because both of them used their saint's fragments, they would cancel each other out. It was better to use their own ultimate skills and fight to the death. This battle lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. Both of them were severely injured. However, Wu Hanzhan was in a worse state. His body was split open twice. Once his head was almost split open. It had even hurt his soul. This scared him out of his wits. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it in the end. He looked ahead, and his expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect this battle to be so difficult. If he had known, he would not have come alone. He would have called the other 3 battle monarchs over. If the 4 of them worked together, they could easily kill Wu Hanzhan. However, it was too late to say anything now. He was summoning the other 3 battle monarchs. They probably would not arrive any time soon. It seemed that he could only use the ancestor's shadow. Wu Hanzhan's eyes turned serious. He had the atavistic bloodline. The next moment, he knelt on one knee and bit his finger. He used his blood to draw strange runes in the air, forming a law. Welcome, ancestor. Wu Hanzhan's voice rang out. The blood-red runes floated in the air. Buzz. A blood-red figure gradually took shape. Everything within a radius of several million miles was struck by the shock wave and was annihilated continuously. When all the light dissipated, Zhang Wuhan was covered in blood. The light in his eyes dimmed. The projection of the ancestor was still shattered and disappeared. It was completely out of his control, and he was also seriously injured in the collision just now. If he hadn't taken out the sage's fragment to defend himself at the end, he would probably have been killed. However, so what if he had the sage's fragment? His opponent had it too. As expected, Lin Xian took out the sage's hand bone and blocked Zhang Wuhan's fragment. Buzz, the great dragon sword soul appeared and was held in his hand. Like a god of death, he walked forward step by step. Damn it! Zhang Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood, which wrapped around his body. He turned into a streak of bloody light and fled into the distance. At this point, he had to admit that he was no match for his opponent. Although he found it hard to believe that he couldn't defeat someone he could easily kill 3 years ago. He didn't know what had happened, but he had to escape now. He wanted to join forces with the other 3 war monarchs to kill his opponent again. However, he no longer had the chance. Lin Xian wouldn't let him go. The dragon sword swayed and slashed out a terrifying sword light, cutting him in half. Zhang Wuhan screamed and tried to recover. However, the great dragon sword soul was actually so easy to destroy. His body couldn't heal quickly. Buzz. Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye again. A pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky and looked down. The soul ignition secret technique was activated and burned Zhang Wuhan's soul. Ah! Zhang Wuhan screamed as the 2 halves of his body rolled in the air. In the end, his soul was destroyed. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground, creating 2 deep pits. Kid, his blood is good stuff. Don't waste it. Let's see if you can refine it. The dark red dragon flew over and waved its claws. It used a dragon's divine ability and collected all of Zhang Wuhan's blood. Whoosh! Zhang Wuhan's body quickly caved in and turned into a dried corpse. Lin Xian waved his hand and took Zhang Wuhan's storage ring. He also forcefully put away the 3 heaven-grade treasures. He used the proud heaven's secret divine eye to erase the soul imprints on them. Finally, he looked up at the sky. Facing off against the sage's hand was a broken pagoda. It was also a fragment of a sage. Its power wasn't any weaker than the sage's hand. Now that Zhang Wuhan was dead, it was his. Ruffian dragon joined forces and subdued the pagoda fragment. The dark red dragon and Lin Xian joined forces and used the great sealing art to seal the broken pagoda. Lin Xian gave the fragment to the dark red dragon. He already had one, so it was useless to have more. That was because he didn't have enough power to control 2 sage fragments at the same time. Giving it to the dark red dragon was just right. The dark red dragon's strength was about the same as his. Chapter 2600. There were hundreds of divine gems alone, and many of them were mutated. Apart from that, there were also many precious medicinal herbs. There were also finished pills. Lin Xian even found some secret pills that only the battle tribe had. This made him wild with joy. In addition to pills and divine crystals, there were also some top Earth-grade weapons. However, Lin Xian didn't take a fancy to them. The best few heavenly-grade weapons had already been put away by him. Let me see what cultivation techniques there are. Lin Xian was looking forward to the battle tribe's Abigina cultivation techniques, because some of the Abigina that Zhang Wuhan had used previously made him envious and shocked. The battle tribe was born for battle. They were a very powerful fighting tribe. Their cultivation techniques were definitely not weak. As expected, Lin Xian found a few heaven-grade cultivation techniques: the Heaven Battling Divine Fist, the Golden Spear Art, and the Ninefold Thunder Sword. Among them, the Golden Spear Art and Ninefold Thunder Sword were elementary heaven-grade cultivation techniques. The Heaven-Battling Divine Fist was a mid-grade heaven-grade cultivation technique. Lin Xian gave up on the Golden Spear Art. He used a sword, so he didn't practice spear arts. The Ninefold Thunder Sword was suitable for him, and the Heaven-Battling Divine Fist was also useful to him. He roughly flipped through it. The Ninefold Thunder Sword had a total of 9 levels. Every time he succeeded in cultivating a level, the Lightning Sword Qi would become stronger. Moreover, it could be stacked 9 times. It was extremely terrifying, even comparable to a mid-grade, heaven-grade cultivation technique. This is really a good thing. Lin Xian decided to cultivate. Then, he looked at the Heaven-Battling Divine Fist. This fist technique was a secret technique of the Battle Tribe. It needed to be combined with the power of the bloodline to unleash 100% of its power. Lin Xian didn't care about this harsh condition because he had the great dragon sword soul and could simulate everything. Therefore, he also prepared to cultivate. Since he had nothing to do, Lin Xian didn't go out. He directly cultivated in the Black Earth. The dark red divine dragon also began to seize the saint's fragment. Just like that, a month passed. The dark red divine dragon succeeded. It was as excited as an old monster, shouting wildly. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He had successfully cultivated the first layer of the 9-layered Thunder Sword. He had also grasped some superficial knowledge of the Heaven-Battling Divine Fist. He gave it a try and discovered that he could use the power of the great dragon sword spirit to replace the power of the battle race's bloodline. He was overjoyed, as he could now practice the heaven-battling godly fist to its peak. With a flash, Lin Xian exited the Black Earth. He was prepared to take a stroll around to see if there was any news or whereabouts of the Yuhua immortal robe. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from here, a group of people was sitting on a mountain peak. Suddenly, the figure at the very front opened his eyes. In front of him was an 8 trigrams formation plate. At this moment, a red dot lit up and moved quickly. It had appeared. The figure, sitting cross-legged, spoke. Hearing this, another young man next to him opened his eyes. Black and white energy quickly spread out from his body, looking very mysterious. Yin Yang Saint. This young man was the Yin Yang Saint. Many Yin Yang sect experts followed behind him. No wonder you're the clairvoyant master's disciple. You found that guy's whereabouts so easily. Thank you, Brother E. The Yin Yang Saint smiled at the young man sitting cross-legged beside him. The young man was wearing a Taoist robe, and his black hair was tied up with a green thread. He picked up the 8 trigrams formation plate in front of him, stood up, and nodded. The Yin Yang Saint is too polite. It's the rule of the clairvoyant sect to do things for others. He waved his hand, and the formation plate turned into a light image floating in the sky. Since I found that guy, I'll take my leave. Take care, Brother E. The Yin Yang Saint smiled. The mysterious young man called Brother E vanished into thin air with a flicker. The Yin Yang Saint looked at the remaining light image in the sky and smiled. Everyone listened and prepared to set off. The Yin Yang Saint took the lead and led the Yin Yang sect experts behind him. They quickly soared into the sky. This time, they were here to kill Lin Xian. The Yin Yang Saint had gone into seclusion, and his strength had increased greatly. Thus, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. However, he did not know where Lin Xian was. So he found the clairvoyant sect's disciple. The clairvoyant sect was a very mysterious sect. They could predict everything in the world and claimed that there was nothing they did not know. The Yin Yang Saint spent a lot of money to get them to help. Just like that, they found Lin Xian's location. Now, they were quickly chasing after Lin Xian. In the end, the Yin Yang Saint could not wait any longer. He waved his hand and countless yin and yang qi tumbled, forming a huge jade door. It tore open the void and transported them directly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon continued on their way. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, dozens of miles away from them, the space cracked open, and a crack that was a few thousand meters wide appeared. It was as if it was torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. From within the crack, figures walked out one after another. They were densely packed, numbering at least a few dozen people. Although there were not many of them, every one of them was a peerless expert, emitting a terrifying aura. The sight caused Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to come to a stop. Lin Xian frowned. The dark red divine dragon looked into the distance and screamed. Fuck, it's the Yin Yang Saint. The asterisk M in it. He's really haunting me. That's right, the Yin Yang Saint. And his people came out of the crack. Once the Yin Yang Saint appeared, the yin and yang qi in his body circulated, dispelling the dizziness from the space. Then he looked around. In an instant, he locked onto the two figures in front of him. When he saw Lin Xian, he revealed a sinister smile. Kid, it's really you. He was too excited. For more than a year, he had dreamed of killing Lin Xian every day. Lin Xian seemed to have become a demon in his heart. If he did not kill Lin Xian, his future martial path would not be too smooth. Therefore, he had to kill Lin Xian. He wanted to let the world know that he, the Yin Yang Saint, was the most powerful. Kid, get over here and die. The Yin Yang Saint stepped out and instantly appeared a few hundred meters in front of Lin Xian. He looked down from high above like a Yin Yang immortal king. Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know what's good for you. I've already struck you twice last time, and you still dare to look for me? Why, do you think you can defeat me this time? I say, you'd better get lost. Trash like you is not worthy of my attack. But if you really provoke me, I don't mind killing you again. By then, your Yin Yang sect will have nowhere to cry. What a sharp-tongued kid. The Yin Yang Saint snorted. No matter what you say, you can't escape death this time. I'm no longer the same person as before. Speaking up to this point, the Yin Yang Saint snorted. The energy in his body exploded and swept around. The energy of a late-stage 7-star king swept through the area. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I was wondering what it was. So it was you who broke through. Is this your trump card? Chapter 26:01. Stop bragging. The current me is many times stronger than before. The Yin Yang Saint roared. He really wanted to prove his strength. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you're the only one who broke through? Did I not break through? As he spoke, he took a step forward. Sword chi erupted from his body. Shadows of lightning swords circled around him from all directions. Late-stage 7-star king. He was also a late-stage 7-star king. This kid had also broken through. The Yin Yang sect cultivators were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such talent and strength. The Yin Yang Saint also frowned, but soon he sneered. Lin Xian's breakthrough was within his expectations. He knew that Lin Xian had obtained a large number of treasures in the ancient tomb. He would definitely be able to break through. However, other than his own strength, he still had a few other trump cards up his sleeves for this trip. He had mastered 2 of the Yin Yang sect's ultimate techniques. These 2 ultimate techniques were very difficult to master. Hence, he did not master them in the ancient tomb. However, after the previous failure, he had instead succeeded in cultivating these 2 absolute arts. This was his biggest trump card. The second trump card was the fragment of a saint that he had brought with him. This way, he would be able to block Lin Xian's sage fragment. He believed that without the saint's fragment, he would be able to kill the other party with the help of his two divine abilities. The yin-yang saint walked out. He pulled out the yin-yang sword on his back. A terrifying aura filled the air. The entire sky was boiling. This time, I will definitely kill you. The yin-yang sword slashed down. A terrifying light tore through the void. Facing the terrifying sword light, Lin Xian waved his arm. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Then they turned into lightning sword chi and slashed out. This was the ninefold thunder sword that he had just learned. He wanted to see how powerful it was. Whoosh! Lightning sword chi filled the air. Lightning sword shadows lined up in the sky and turned into a sea of lightning. The yin-yang sword chi and lightning sword chi collided and tore through the void. Boom! The lightning sword chi was swept away. The yin-yang sword chi slashed down. Lin Xian's figure flashed, dodging the attack, and appearing in another space. Seeing this, the yin-yang saint smiled. Kid, did you see that? My strength has changed tremendously compared to before. You are no longer a match for me. Lin Xian ignored the other party. He nodded slightly. Not bad. The power of the ninefold thunder sword had exceeded his expectations. He had only cultivated for a few days, but he already had such power. Thinking about it, after successfully cultivating it, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, a few streaks of lightning appeared in his eyes. Once again, he activated the ninefold lightning sword and charged over. Streaks of thunder swords circled in the sky, forming numerous thunder beasts that roared in the void. The yin-yang saint waved his yin-yang sword and swept it in all directions. He finally gained the upper hand this time. Seeing this, the yin-yang saint was very proud. Kid, hurry up and display your ultimate move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Wait till you hurt me before you say that. Lin Xian snorted and pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. Thunder Wound. An ultimate move flashed past like lightning. The terrifying thunder turned into a magical sword light and charged out. This ultimate move was very fast. It struck the yin-yang saint like a bolt of lightning. The yin-yang saint was shocked. But at this moment, his figure instantly disappeared. He actually dodged it? The dark red divine dragon was shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. This thunder wound was an attack that specialized in speed. How could the other party dodge it? He had to admit that this was beyond his expectations. This guy's speed was so fast. He was no weaker than his demigods and semi-devils. The last time he saw him, he didn't seem to have such a magical footwork. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. It seems that not only did your strength increase, but you also have a new superpower. Lin Xian didn't continue attacking. Instead, he stared into the distance. In the distance, the yin-yang saint's figure appeared. He looked very proud. Of course, my yin-yang saint is very powerful. I have many superpowers. It's definitely not something you can imagine. Now, I'll show you my chaotic yin-yang inverse steps. This was a terrifying footwork. It had reached an extremely high level and was very difficult to master. So until now, the yin-yang saint had only just mastered it, but he had just mastered it. That was incredible. His power had increased by a lot. As expected, when he used the chaotic yin-yang inverse steps, his figure was very fast. In an instant, he appeared behind Lin Xian. Whoosh! The yin-yang sword lashed out at Lin Xian. However, it was blocked by Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his left fist and punched out. Heaven-battling divine fist. Boom! With one punch, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was very terrifying. However, the chaotic yin-yang inverse steps was also very terrifying. He dodged it instantly. Buzz! Useless brat, you can't keep up with my speed now. The yin-yang saint came to the other side of Lin Xian again. He swung the yin-yang sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he left hundreds and thousands of afterimages around Lin Xian. Every time he appeared, he launched a fierce attack. The terrifying yin-yang sword light enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian's body roared. A dragon rushed into the sky and knocked away all the yin-yang sword light. The ancient Taoist robe on Lin Xian's body burned fiercely, forming a strong defense. Chaotic yin-yang inverse steps, very powerful indeed. You can keep up with my speed. However, you don't have any advantage. My speed isn't any weaker than yours. At this point, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps with all his might. His speed also soared to the limit. The two figures appeared and disappeared in the sky. They were extremely fast. Even the yin-yang sect cultivators in the distance were shocked. Damn it, this brat is so fast. Yes, he can even catch up with our saint. Heavens, what kind of footwork is he using? How can it be comparable to our yin-yang sect's ultimate technique? These people were all stunned. The yin-yang saint's face also darkened. Originally, he had the upper hand. This feeling of suppression made him feel very good. However, he did not expect that once his opponent's speed increased, his original advantage would disappear. Damn it! Damn it! The yin-yang saint attacked wildly. However, his opponent's lightning sword chi was very terrifying. It was difficult for him to break through in a short time. Moreover, his opponent had an extremely violent fist that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. This also threatened him. Buzz. The yin-yang saint formed a seal and activated 3 yin-yang shields. They formed a triangle and rotated in front of him. It resisted Lin Xian's terrifying attack. At the same time, he slashed out a few more yin-yang sword lights. Then he retreated and put away his yin-yang sword. He raised his hands high above his head. Chapter 26:02. The yin-yang saint's yin and yang qi circulated rapidly. Then a black and white bottle appeared. The moment the bottle appeared, thousands of auras enveloped Lin Xian. Yin-yang bottle, keep. With a whoosh, Lin Xian was sucked in. The yin-yang bottle spun in the sky, emitting a mysterious power. The yin-yang saint laughed loudly. Ha ha, kid, let's see how you escape this time. He was very proud. Once one entered the yin-yang bottle, they could forget about leaving. The purest yin and yang qi inside was enough to destroy any strong cultivator and turn them into a pool of blood. Damn. Kid, are you all right? The dark red divine dragon was shocked to see this. He did not expect Lin Xian to be sucked in instead of dodging. He could not help but want to attack. In the distance, the yin-yang saint and the others laughed wildly. They looked at the dark red dragon and sneered. Damn snake, just you wait. After we turn that kid into a pool of blood, it will be your turn. Inside the yin-yang treasure vase, terrifying yin-yang qi permeated the air and completely enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to refine him. The yin-yang qi was far beyond Lin Xian's imagination. It was too terrifying. Probably no one below the Invincible King level could resist it. Damn it, the yin-yang saint had really become stronger. Lin Xian frowned. The flames from his ancient Taoist robe were suppressed. It looked like he would really be melted in no time. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. The dragon sword soul erupted from his body. Streaks of dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out and slashed in all directions. When the dragon sword soul collided with the yin-yang qi, there was a sizzling sound. The yin-yang qi was being destroyed bit by bit. Seeing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Although the yin-yang qi was powerful, it was still lacking compared to the dragon sword soul. He waved his hand and dragon-shaped sword chi surrounded him, protecting his body. However, although the dragon sword soul could destroy the yin-yang chi, it was not fast. It could only protect himself. Lin Xian still could not get out. This yin-yang great Tao treasure bottle was indeed miraculous. Lin Xian was shocked. Even the great dragon sword soul, which had such a powerful attack power, was only able to wear down a little and maintain a temporary balance. It was unable to break through with a single strike. He had to admit that the divine powers of the yin-yang sect were truly terrifying. However, it wasn't as if he had no other way. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. Suddenly, one black seed after another floated out of the void. It was the Dark Night magical gold that had created the Dark Night insects. After summoning them, Lin Xian controlled the 100 night bugs to madly attack. These Dark Night bugs were terrifying. They could even chew through top treasures. Therefore, under their crazy attacks, they were able to bite through the yin and yang qi. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He directly sent out the great dragon sword spirit. With the help of the Dark Night insect, he began to frantically crack the yin-yang great Tao bottle. Outside, the yin-yang saint and the other experts of the yin-yang sect sneered. They knew that the other party wouldn't be able to return alive after entering the bottle. Therefore, they looked at the dark red divine dragon. Damn snake, are you going to die on your knees, or are you going to be pierced through the heart by our arrows? This snake looks pretty good. It should be a powerful demon king. If we peel off its skin and stew it as snake soup, it'll definitely be very nutritious. Behind them, the experts of the yin-yang sect sneered and stared at the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon was enraged. Damn it, how dare you target me? Go to hell. Bang. Suddenly, the arrogant expert of the yin-yang sect exploded into pieces. Blood splattered on the faces of the people around him. Seeing this, everyone screamed in horror. Their bodies shone brightly as they quickly put up a defense. Damn it! Who did this to him? They were going crazy. The yin-yang saint stared at the dark red divine dragon. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the other party did this? But he didn't see the other party attack. The dark red divine dragon snorted. You want to eat me? I'll test all of you first. He opened his mouth and spat out flames. The flames filled the entire space and enveloped the yin-yang saint and the people of the yin-yang sect. Damn snake, how dare you attack us? Kill him. The experts of the yin-yang sect were enraged. The yin-yang saint snorted. The yin-yang shield spun around him and blocked the flames. The experts of the yin-yang sect behind him also used their magical powers to resist the flames. However, the dark red divine dragon was very powerful now. He wasn't any weaker than the yin-yang saint. Therefore, many of the martial artists were careless and were set on fire. They were instantly turned into ashes. Ah, damn it, this guy is terrifying. Quick, defend! Everyone exclaimed. Someone opened his mouth and spat out seawater, trying to extinguish the flames. However, the moment the seawater touched the flames, it evaporated into steam and covered the sky. Damn it! Use the yin-yang water to extinguish it. A few people quickly formed hand seals. The yin-yang qi on their bodies turned into a yin-yang sea and rushed out. Only then did they manage to block the terrifying flames. However, in such a short period of time, a few experts had died. Many more were injured. Everyone looked forward in fear and anger. They didn't expect a snake to be so powerful. The yin-yang saint's face also darkened. The other party's power shocked him. It seemed that he had to do it himself. The next moment, he pulled out the yin-yang sword. His aura exploded wildly. Very well, let me kill you myself. The dark red divine dragon snorted. Come, come, come. Grandpa Dragon will play with you. He wasn't afraid of the Yin Yang Saint. The Yin Yang Saint roared, "You're courting death." He held his sword and charged forward. However, before he could attack, there was a sudden explosion above him. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. What happened? Everyone was terrified. Many experts of the Yin Yang sect were sent flying by the energy and spat out blood. The Yin Yang Saint's pupils constricted. He used the chaotic Yin Yang steps and instantly disappeared in the air. The dark red divine dragon retreated quickly. However, it screamed happily because the great Tao treasure bottle above was broken. A human figure rushed out from the vase above. "Kid, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." The dark red divine dragon laughed. The Yin Yang sect members were stunned. "What? That kid rushed out? How could that be?" They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The Yin Yang Saint was also shocked. His face was full of horror. "Impossible! Damn it." The Yin Yang treasure bottle can refine everything. How did that kid get out? He was indeed crazy. According to his understanding of the Yin Yang treasure bottle, anyone below the Invincible King level would never be able to come out. However, the other party had come out. Damn it! The Yin Yang Saint gritted his teeth. He held the Yin Yang sword and charged forward again. At the same time, he secretly activated the Saint's fragment in his hand. He wanted to kill Lin Fan in one blow. A bolt of lightning shot out, creating a dazzling light. It tore the space apart and charged toward Lin Xian. Chapter 26:03. Oh no! This is the power of a sage. A fragment of a sage. Damn it. This guy actually brought a fragment of a sage and attacked suddenly. He wants to kill me. The dark red dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. "You want to kill me with just a fragment of a sage? Stop dreaming. I have a fragment of a sage too." The next moment, he threw out the sage's hand bone and tore open a corner of the seal. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Strong winds swept across, causing a strange phenomenon. The two fragments of a sage clashed in the sky, and a terrifying force pierced through all directions. The powerful cultivators of the Yin Yang sect retreated, their faces full of shock. It was too terrifying. They could not withstand this force at all. "Do you think you can kill me?" Lin Xian sneered after blocking the opponent's attack. The Yin Yang Saint's face darkened. He did not expect his opponent to react so quickly and block his ultimate attack. The next moment, he stood in the sky with a black and white mirror floating above his head. Only 1/3 of it was intact. It looked like a Yin Yang mirror. "I can still kill you without a fragment of a sage." The Yin Yang Saint gritted his teeth. Lin Xian laughed. "Is that so? You don't have a fragment of a sage, but I do. Ruffian dragon, go and kill him." "What? You still have a fragment of a sage?" Hearing this, the Yin Yang Saint's eyelids twitched violently. The powerful cultivators of the Yin Yang sect behind him also exclaimed, "How can there be two fragments of a sage? Impossible! He must be lying. The fragments of a sage are so precious. How can he have two? Moreover, he can't control two fragments at once. He must be scaring us." The people of the Yin Yang sect roared angrily. The Yin Yang Saint sneered. "Do you think I'll believe you? How can you have two fragments of a sage? Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered and did not explain. The dark red dragon flew over. "Damn Yin Yang Saint, you wanted to kill me just now. Now, have a taste of your own medicine. But you're lucky to die in the hands of a sage's fragment. You're worthy of your status as a saint." At this point, the dark red dragon opened its mouth, and a broken pagoda appeared in its mouth. The pagoda was about the size of a palm. It was extremely dilapidated, and many parts of it were filled with cracks. This was the fragment of the saint that he had snatched from Zhang Wuhan. After the Crimson Divine Dragon had obtained it, it had proceeded to seal and refine it. At this moment, it was finally able to control it. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon appeared and tore apart a corner of the seal. Suddenly, light swept across the sky like a sun. Boom! The dark red dragon waved its claw, and the broken pagoda flew out. Its power was like a vast ocean as it rushed towards the Yin-Yang sun. No, the Yin-Yang saint's face turned green. He didn't expect that Yi Fuqian really had a second saint fragment. There was no way he could resist it. The next moment he turned around and fled. He used the chaotic yin-yang steps to the extreme and even turned into a light shadow, instantly disappearing on the spot. However, the attack of the saint's fragment was extremely powerful. Although he managed to dodge the most fatal attack, the shock waves from the saint's fragment still struck his body and knocked him out of the void. Bang! Half of the yin-yang saint's body was shattered, and he spat out blood. Ruffian Long, leave his storage ring behind, Lin Xian said from the side. The dark red dragon nodded. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong when I attack. He controlled the broken pagoda again and charged over. Another attack. Saint. In the distance, the yin-yang sect's elites roared crazily. They all used their ultimate techniques and attacks, wanting to kill the yin-yang saint. However, no matter how strong their attacks were, they were nothing in front of the saint's fragment. The yin-yang saint also roared and used the chaotic yin-yang steps again. At the same time, he used all the ultimate techniques and treasures he could use to resist the attack. Boom, 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 boom. Heaven and earth rumbled, and light shrouded millions of miles. The tremors caused the beasts below to roar. When everything disappeared, only clouds of blood mist were left in the sky. The yin-yang saint had long disappeared, leaving behind 2 storage rings and a yin-yang sword. The saint, seeing this, the yin-yang sect's elites roared crazily. Dead. Their yin-yang saint was actually dead. This was like a bolt from the blue. They could not accept it at all. Previously, their holy son had been in high spirits, leading them to kill the other party. They also thought that their saint's strength had increased greatly, and he also had the saint's fragment. They thought that it would be a piece of cake. However, they did not expect that the other party would be fine, but their saint would be killed. It's over. This is a huge shock. The yin-yang sect would definitely go crazy. After all, the death of a saint was a huge matter for a sacred ground. Damn brat, you killed our saint. You're dead meat. The yin-yang sect will not let you off. The yin-yang sect elites roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted. Ruffian Long, kill them all. Don't let any of them off. I'll take the yin-yang mirror. Lin Xian activated the saint's hand bone and charged toward the yin-yang mirror. Although the yin-yang saint was no longer controlling it, the yin-yang mirror resisted with all its might. The yin-yang qi on it turned into 2 yin-yang qilins, roaring loudly. Boom, boom. The 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. The crimson godly dragon used the broken pagoda to kill all the experts of the yin-yang sect. Then he turned around to help Lin Xian. The 2 of them worked together to suppress the yin-yang mirror. Finally, the yin-yang mirror was suppressed by the 2 great sages' fragments. In the end, it was sealed. Ha ha ha! I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. It felt so good. Not only did he kill the yin-yang saint, but he also obtained a saint's fragment. This was definitely a powerful trump card. Apart from that, he also obtained a heaven-class sword, the yin-yang sword. There was also the yin-yang saint's storage ring. Lin Xian put away all the spoils of war, then turned around and left. Zhongzhou, a fairyland. This was the Yin-Yang sect. At this moment, an Yin-Yang token suddenly cracked from the middle in one of the Yin-Yang sect's halls. Then it split into two and fell to the ground. The elites guarding at the sides stood up abruptly when they saw this. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The Yin-Yang saint had died. How could this be? He was too shocked. This Yin-Yang token contained a trace of the Yin-Yang saint's soul, origin. It could record his condition. If the Yin-Yang saint was killed, this Yin-Yang token would break instantly. Now that it was broken, it meant that the Yin-Yang saint was killed. But who dared to kill the Yin-Yang saint? He did not know, but this was definitely shocking. He hurriedly sent the news over. As expected, the entire Yin-Yang sect was enraged. A terrifying murderous aura tore through the sky. Clang, 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 the entire Yin-Yang sect was filled with the deep sound of a bell that reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At the same time, a cold voice sounded, "You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."